Chapter 281 Deterrence. I think the old man is making a big deal out of nothing. This matter shouldn't be like this. It's already this day and age, and you're still using this trick? Haha, I think this is just to scare people. What kind of black post is this? If I send it to others, will it scare them too? Anyway, I don't care. I'll just pretend it never happened and do what I need to do. Why bother? Several juniors spoke with disdain, with frivolous smiles on their rebellious faces, as if this so-called black sticker was nothing more than a joke to them. Nonsense. What do you youngsters know? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. When some elders around heard the conversation between these juniors, their faces suddenly looked a little unhappy. You guys don't even take it seriously. Do you know what happened in the past? Those families who ignored this black post and stepped into areas they shouldn't have stepped into were all massacred without exception. Those who don't take the black post seriously and have the same idea as you do now have already reported to God. Do you still think this is just an intimidation or a threat? I'm telling you, this is a warning, an ultimatum. You youngsters better listen to the old man and don't go out and cause trouble. Otherwise, no one, let alone the family, can protect you. A slightly older middle-aged man looked at these juniors seriously, angrily told them some of the things that happened before, and also warned them about their current behavior. This is too horrible. After hearing these words, the younger generations who had been disdainful just now suddenly broke out in cold sweats and dared not even breathe. If only the old man thought this way about this matter, and the rest of the family did not take it seriously, then that would be fine. But now these elders also behaved in this way, which made them think carefully and terrified, and they dared not say anything. Their family has some say in the West. Although it is not as good as those top families, it still has some status. However, the words of the middle-aged man just now were not alarmist at all. The younger generations were shocked to the extreme. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence could wipe out a family like theirs effortlessly with blood. After swallowing their saliva, the younger generation became more and more panicked. They didn't dare to speak anymore and walked towards their own homes in shame. Less than half an hour after the old man issued the order, everyone in and outside the family knew about this matter. Everyone also knew that this matter was no joke, and everyone had their own scale in their hearts, knowing what to do and what not to do. There were some other younger generations who didn't know about these past events, but after hearing their elders talk about this matter, they also learned their lesson and obeyed the old man's orders. In the West, many families also received this black notice, and the whole family made arrangements in a swift and decisive manner. With the lesson learned from the last time, no one dared to act recklessly this time. No matter how daring one is, no one dared to joke with his own life and the fate of the entire family. With the internal adjustments of each family and the handling of external matters, anyone who knows about these things has a feeling that a storm is about to come. Everyone knows that there will definitely be turmoil in the West during this period, a turmoil that no one can control. While everyone in the West was feeling insecure, undercurrents were surging, and a big storm was brewing. On the other side of the world, the Daxia island was still peaceful. It was already the second night. Yi Xian had gone out early for something, while Wang Xinniao took the little ones to the party at the beach. Around a bonfire, in the refreshing sea breeze, carrying the smell of the sea, accompanied by the sound of waves hitting the shore, everything seemed so leisurely. This is a common activity on Daxia Island. On a cool night in the hot summer, it is a good choice to feel the fireworks away from the hustle and bustle of the city accompanied by bonfires and music. But this party is quite special. It is the annual Daxia Island summer celebration after the fishing competition. On this day, residents and tourists on the island will come to the beach to celebrate the end of summer. People were grilling meat and drinking beer by the campfire. There were also many small stalls around selling local coconut drinks and cocktails. Some were setting off fireworks and singing some unique local folk songs. A lot of people gathered around a stage in the center. They were singing and dancing, wearing ethnic-style clothes. To the beat of the music, they were releasing their youngest and most active energy. The tourists were wearing loose beach pants and vests. Some were strolling on the beach, some were enjoying barbecue and beer, and some were drinking alone on the rocks on the cliff, gazing at the bright moon over the sea. Even though it is far away from the land, you can still feel the unique charm of the island here, which is a kind of romance that is unimaginable in the bustling city. Wang Xinniao brought a few children here. A lot of people had gathered around, mostly young people, but there were also many middle-aged people and some elderly people. The children were very excited and ran around holding Wang Xinniao's hands. Everything here was attractive to them and they couldn't resist using their innocent eyes to record this unforgettable night. Mom! Look, there's something fun over here. After wandering around for a while, the children discovered one of the stalls. Their eyes immediately lit up and they clamored to go over and take a look. This is a small stall sold by local residents. It sells small ornaments made of seashells, conch shells, or coconut shells. Although these are common things at the seaside, the craftsmanship is exquisite and they are especially attractive to children. Okay, I'll take you to see it. Wang Xinyao nodded, her hands already full of the things the girls had just bought, including unfinished drinks and some miscellaneous small items. Yeah. Mom is the best. A few little guys cheered, fluttered their little feet, and ran to the front of the stall in a few steps. Wang Xinyao followed over and saw the things on the stall. She became interested and started picking things up with the little ones. At this time, there were many internet celebrities broadcasting live near the party. They were either shuttling between the stalls set up by local residents, or standing next to the stage or the bonfire. They all held stands in their hands and interacted with the audience in the live broadcast room. Chapter 282 Excitement. Most of these are travel bloggers. In addition to locals, there are also many outsiders. They have gained a lot of traffic by relying on the customs and beautiful scenery of Daxia Island. But I don't know what news they heard, but these internet celebrities who were originally broadcasting live in different places suddenly gathered in one place, their faces were filled with excitement, and their steps became much faster, as if they were afraid of missing it. At this time, many people who were drinking and chatting by the campfire also began to talk about it. Although most of their discussions were just hearsay, they were all very interested. Several Chinese people sitting together also talked about this topic. They heard about it on the road, but they were also very curious about the female internet celebrity and the event. A man with a scruffy beard and black framed glasses rolled his eyes and started talking about this matter to several friends around him. Hey! Have you heard? It seems that a top female internet celebrity is coming to our Daxia Island today, and there seems to be an event. I know about this. A friend of mine is also an internet celebrity, and I heard him talk about it. The other young man smiled and said to the others smugly. Seeing his expression, everyone's eyes lit up, their backs straightened up, and they hurriedly urged him to speak quickly. I'm telling you, if you have something to say, don't keep it to yourself. Tell us now. Don't be impatient, it's not like I won't tell you. The young man took a few sips of beer leisurely and said with a smile. This first-tier female internet celebrity is indeed very famous. You should all know that she is none other than an Xin. It's her. Hearing the young man talking about an Xin, the people around him suddenly became excited and spoke. This is too famous. An Xin was born as a model and has won prizes in some international competitions. She is not just any internet celebrity. Yes, although she later quit the modeling industry, who would have thought that she would become more and more famous after becoming an internet celebrity? Her live broadcast room has millions of fans. Brother Kai, why did an Xin come to our island? What activities are they doing? Having said that, several people's fiery eyes instantly turned to the young man who had just spoken. Well, I heard from my internet celebrity friend that this is an offline event that will be held right next to our party. Anyway, the content of the event is very simple. The person who drives the most luxurious and expensive car here today will be eligible to have another date with her. Changing the subject, the young man revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and spoke to several people meaningfully. I heard that an Xin is still single, so you should know the significance of this event, right? Witnessing the young man smile, several people smiled bitterly. Forget about whether there were any cars or not. Even if they really drove over, they wouldn't be able to get a number here. These kinds of activities of rich people are still too far away for young people like them who are just leading a petty bourgeoisie life. Ahem. Really, you guys, why are you looking so sad? If we can't participate, can't we just go and take a look? Okay. I want to go too, so let Brother Kai lead the way. Sure. Anyway, I think it's pointless to go alone, so let's go together. It's just to open our eyes. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They made up their minds, drank the beer in their hands in one gulp, whistled, and walked towards a square next to the party. At this moment, quite a few people have gathered in the cool square by the sea. Most of them are here to watch the fun, and some young masters are also ready to grab the opportunity to have a date with an Xin for dinner. After all, as a former professional model, an Xin's devilish figure and angelic face complement each other, making her one of the ideal spouses in the minds of these young masters. If they could win the heart of an XIN, it would be an honorable thing in their circle of young masters. Although she is just a female internet celebrity who started out as a model, her looks and figure are top-notch. On the high platform in the center of the square, although the simply decorated stage is not as grand as the singing and dancing performances next to it, more and more people are gathering. A host in a suit is now standing on the stage, with an excited look on his face, setting the atmosphere for the scene and doing some warm-up work. Although the female internet celebrity in XIN has not appeared yet, the host is still using his standard Mandarin to introduce today's activities continuously. Hello everyone, welcome to our event. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming. On this passionate summer night, we can feel everyone's enthusiasm like a flame on this Dasha island. Today I heard that it is the passionate summer event on our great Xia island. It is an annual wonderful festival. On behalf of our Miss and XIN, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to everyone. Our activity today is to meet friends through cars. We are also holding a small talent show. If you can win this competition, you will be able to have a romantic date with our Miss and XIN, have dinner together, and chat about life. In this event, we also collected a small registration fee, and we will donate all the funds we receive to charity. Our event is about to begin. Please wait patiently. Our Miss and XIN will be here soon. I hope we can spend a wonderful night with all the guests today. The host was talking incessantly, and the people below were also discussing a lot at this moment. Most of them just came to watch the fun, and they found this kind of activity very novel. Tisk, TSK, is this the kind of activity that the upper class attends? They are so rich. Anyway, I think this activity is great, but it's a pity that I don't have the ability, otherwise I would have had the chance to have a close encounter with Miss and XIN. That's right, and XIN's appearance and figure are simply perfect. I'm afraid no one can refuse this, right? Well, let's just watch. People like us don't have the capital, so we can only come here to open our eyes. Others eat meat, but we can't even get soup. We can only enjoy the feast for our eyes. Most of the residents or tourists on the island had only heard about this event and came to see it out of curiosity. When they heard that they had the opportunity to date an XIN, they were very excited. Chapter 283 begins. But when I learned that this demand had won the election, the fire in my heart was immediately extinguished. How many people can afford to play such a game? And those young men who were wealthy and drove luxury cars were also standing aside. Romo Qingfang's expressions could tell their mood at the moment. Each of them was full of confidence in himself. They all knew about this matter in advance, and sent their cars for maintenance early, ready to present them to everyone in a brand new look. I really didn't expect that all of you guys are here. A young man dressed brightly and beautifully in all branded clothes looked at the other young masters around him, smiled at them and spoke calmly. Why? Are you all interested in an XIN? I'm not really interested, I just happen to know this lady in this event, so I came to take a look. It doesn't matter whether I can date her or not. I'm bored anyway, so if there's something fun here, of course I have to come join in the fun. The other young masters also looked calm, but they all wanted to win the game so that they could get a chance to date an XIN. As the crowd around grew larger and larger, the host saw that the time was almost up, took a deep breath, and spoke passionately with the microphone in his hand. Everyone, we have deeply felt your enthusiasm. Now we would like to invite Miss and XIN to come up and meet you all. How about that? Good. Where is an XIN? Come up quickly. An XIN, I love you. I am your true fan. As soon as the host finished speaking, the people around heard the news that an XIN was going to appear, and immediately burst into cheers and applause, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Okay, our Miss and XIN has already felt everyone's enthusiasm below. Now let's turn on the spotlight. Miss and XIN has been looking forward to meeting you all for a long time. Now, let's welcome Miss and XIN to the stage. Please welcome her with applause. Hello everyone, I'm an XIN, and I'm glad to meet you all. Suddenly, the spotlight on the platform turned on, and a graceful figure slowly walked up from the stairs at the side. She was wearing a black dress and solid-colored high heels. Her slightly curly hair hung around her delicate face, and she walked up with a smile on her face. An XIN's towering white shoulders make her look graceful and elegant. Her elegant steps not only show off her tall and graceful figure, but also make people feel her cool and elegant temperament. It has to be said that an XIN's previous experience as a model not only gave her an impeccable face and figure, but also gave her the confidence to walk on the stage. Just these short steps are enough to make people feel what it means to be stunning. Oh my god. An Xin is so beautiful. She is even prettier than in the live broadcast and short videos. She is indeed a professional model. Her posture and steps are so elegant to the core. She has such a charming and beautiful temperament, she is simply a darling of God. For a moment, an Xin's appearance completely ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Many people who came here rushed forward frantically, wanting to appreciate an Xin's sweet looks. This is a top female internet celebrity who is a traffic harvesting machine on every platform. People usually don't even have a chance to meet her, but now she is standing in front of everyone alive. How can they not be excited? Moreover, under the lighting, an Xin's beautiful face and figure were admired by everyone without reservation, making everyone feel amazed and in love. It's really good, and the real person is also very beautiful. Well, it seems that I made the right decision today. Ha, then everyone will have to rely on their own abilities. The young masters standing aside were not as excited as the others, but they were also dazzled by an Xin's appearance. With an Xin's looks and figure, she was one of the best in their circle. As a result, many young men who came here with their friends or just to join in the fun became interested in an Xin, and began to secretly estimate in their hearts whether their beloved cars could win the competition this time. Because of an Xin's appearance, the commotion in the square also attracted more people's attention. Even Wang Xinyao and others were attracted by the noise, and they came to the square while strolling. A few little ones also saw the scene from afar, their little eyes blinked, and they seemed a little confused about the scene in front of them, and they all looked at Wang Xinyao beside them. Mom, what are these uncles doing? Well, it looks so lively, but I don't quite understand what it means. Mom, can you tell us what this means? Wang Xinyao had also noticed the scene in the square just now. She lowered her head and listened to the questions of the little ones, but did not answer directly. Instead, she smiled and said lightly, "These are just small activities, they are meaningless to us." Really? When the children heard what Wang Xinyao said, they were a little skeptical and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Wang Xinyao smiled bitterly and shook her head. Of course, she knew that these things were just a form of marketing. As for the other things, there was no need to say more. It had nothing to do with them anyway. So she didn't explain too much to the little ones. There was no need to explain, and these little ones were still children, so it wasn't good for them to know these things. Okay, this isn't interesting, let's go somewhere else and watch a show, shall we? Thinking of this, Wang Xinyao smiled and looked at the little ones who were watching intently on the side, wanting to take them to some other place. Mom, just let us take a look. This seems very interesting. So many people are watching. Yi Jing pouted her lips, somewhat reluctant to leave. The other girls were the same, they were very curious about these things. Although they didn't know what they were, they just thought it was fun and lively. Oh, okay. Then we can just wait for Dad here. Wang Xinyao looked at the children helplessly and could only take them to stand in the distance to watch and wait for Yi Xian. At this time, the host on the stage also began to interact with an Xin. After chatting for a few words, he officially announced the start of today's event. Okay, everyone, now everyone is almost here. Miss Xin has just given you her blessings. Now our election competition can officially begin. Chapter 284 Crown. Everyone please cooperate with our arrangements and step back a little to leave an aisle. Our luxury car show will begin soon. While the host announced the start of the event, he then arranged the preparations and asked the crowd below to cooperate with the staff to make way for a path. This was a special path for displaying the young master's luxury cars. Buzz buzz buzz. As bursts of roars sounded, everyone looked sideways amidst the vehicle lights and engine roars, and saw that luxury sports cars were slowly driving into the aisle. The host was looking at these luxury cars on the stage, still holding the microphone and introducing them non-stop, and gave a brief introduction to the owner and model of each car. The first car you see now is the car that young Master Liu of the Liu family drives, a Lamborghini Huracan. It has an orange body and a streamlined silhouette. Its dual-clutch 5.2L large displacement gives this sports car a powerful driving force. Its appearance and interior also show its taste. And this one is the car of the island's celebrity Zhang Hualuan. This black Aston Martin DBS is simple in color but luxurious. It has a twin turbocharged high horsepower and a soft-top convertible. It is definitely the best choice for a street ride. One luxury sports car after another was presented to everyone amid the host's passionate introduction, which completely opened people's eyes. Many people had never seen so many luxury cars at once in their lives, and they were so shocked that their mouths twitched and their eyes were fixed on these sports cars. The financial strength of these people is too terrifying, isn't it? Any of these cars costs several million. The lowest is 2 or 3 million, and the highest is almost 8 million. Ah, is this the circle of rich people? It's too extravagant. For ordinary people like us, cars are just for transportation, but these luxury cars can also be used for socializing. These shocking scenes made everyone sigh and lament the difference in this circle of wealthy people, and they were envious of these luxury sports cars. And those young masters and young ladies who had already attended the show were standing aside, discussing the luxury cars and other young masters that were coming up behind them. I didn't expect this guy to get a Cullinan. Could it be his father's? That's really possible. I remember that the car he drove was just a Porsche 911. When did it become a Cullinan? Alas, you can't blame me for this. I have the ability to do this. At this time, the topic of these young masters was focused on a young man who was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. They all knew him before, but he was just a dandy boy who drove a Porsche 911. However, they didn't know when he got this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This time, it surpassed their own cars, which made these young masters and ladies feel a little unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Even if it belongs to someone else's father or someone else, as long as he can drive it here, there's nothing to say. Everyone is here. How is it? This activity is interesting, right? As they were talking, the young master who had been driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan also came up with his hands folded, and smiled triumphantly at everyone, as if he had already decided in his heart that he was the winner of this competition. It's good, but compared to your Cullinan, Brother Jiang, we are a little inferior. Who said it wasn't? I thought my Aston Martin was pretty good, but I didn't know that you would come and attack me like a dimensionality reduction. I really didn't expect that, Brother Jiang, your version is actually the top version. What else can we play? When the young man came over, they all said a few words with a smile out of politeness, knowing in their hearts that this game had nothing to do with them anymore. It's still uncertain, the game isn't over yet. The young man felt even more proud after hearing what everyone said, but he still pretended to be humble when he said it, but in fact he had already determined in his heart that he was the best. Ah! What kind of car is this? But before the other young masters and young ladies could say anything, there was a sudden noise coming from the display area behind everyone, and everyone's attention was drawn there. Suddenly, a white McLaren P1 appeared in the display aisle in an imposing manner. Under the spotlight and the attention of the crowd, the one-piece body made of new carbon fiber material and the adjustable rear wing showed everyone the strength of this top supercar. This racing-level supercar can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds. It is nearly perfect in terms of color, appearance, and interior. And its price is close to 13 million. This unattainable figure has also made the owner of this car the focus of attention. Finally, the confused young men and women finally learned the identity of the car owner through the host's increasingly excited and almost hoarse introduction. Everyone, what you are seeing right now is a heavyweight top-level supercar McLaren P1, and the owner of this car should be familiar to everyone. It is the famous heir of John's enterprise, Master Jiang Long Jiang. Boom! Suddenly, as the host's voice faded, all the young men and women present were stunned. The young man who had been driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and thought he had won the competition was also completely dumbfounded. Not to mention that this car is far superior to their tens of millions supercars. Even Jiang Long's identity is a height that they can hardly surpass and can only look up to. His McLaren P1 appeared, it undoubtedly completely defeated all the other young masters present. No other young master's car could be compared with Jiang Long's. Seeing this scene, these young masters opened their mouths wide, staring in disbelief at the white McLaren driving towards them. They were shocked to the extreme. They didn't expect that this person had also come here. If they had known this from the beginning, they would have given up the idea of coming to compete long ago. This was simply a level of strength that they could not compare to. It was enough to suffocate people. Soon, Jiang Long drove the car in front of the young masters and ladies, opened the door swiftly and got out. The young masters and young ladies were extremely excited upon seeing this, and quickly went up to him enthusiastically and began to curry favor with him. Master Jiang, you are here too. What a coincidence! Master Jiang, we didn't know you were coming. We hope you can forgive us for not welcoming you in person. It's really unbelievable. Our shabby cars are nothing compared to Master Jiang. Let us congratulate Master Jiang in advance for winning the title. Chapter 285. The Curtain Falls. At this moment, these young masters and young ladies who had been so arrogant before had to start fawning and flattering in front of Jiang Long. There was no way. The other party's status was far superior to theirs, and had reached a position that was out of reach for people like them. Faced with the enthusiasm of these young masters and young ladies, Jiang Long did not have any big reaction. He just nodded lightly and ignored them. But even so, no one dared to show any emotion. After all, the gap between their status and strength was too big, and they didn't dare to do anything else. Many times, a single word from someone else can make them accomplish something they cannot do no matter how hard they try. The same single word can also make them unable to sleep all night and feel powerless to change the situation. The host was watching this scene. Jiang Long's McLaren was the last one to participate in the competition. Now he was ready to announce the victory of this competition. And an Xian was looking at Jiang Long not far away with shining eyes. She couldn't wait to get to know him and try to get closer to him. The benefits of this to her were immeasurable. With the other party's strength and connections, it would be easy for him to become famous, break out of the circle again, and surpass the shackles of being an internet celebrity. Okay, we can announce it now. The more an Xian looked at Jiang Long, the more satisfied she became. Apart from his status and family background, Jiang Long could be considered a handsome guy. Coupled with his noble temperament, he was truly fascinating. The host beside him nodded heavily and was about to announce. On the edge of the square, a few little guys felt that this activity was boring after watching for a while, and they missed Xuan more and more. However, after waiting for so long and there was no news, they began to get anxious. Why hasn't Dad come yet? It's been so long. This activity is so boring. I miss my dad. Mom, where is Dad? Wang Xinyao had no choice. These children asked about Xuan every few minutes, but she didn't know where Xuan was, so she could only ask the children to call Xuan. How about this, you guys call Dad and ask him? Good. After the little guys agreed, Jing took out his cell phone and called Xuan. What's wrong, Jing? The call was connected quickly, and then Xuan's gentle voice was heard. Dad, where are you now? We have been waiting for you for a long, long time. Dad, we are in the square now. The activities here are so boring. Come over here. Dad, we all miss you, you must come back as soon as possible. Several little guys asked Xuan in baby voices, their little mouths slightly pouting, looking a little aggrieved. Okay, Dad got it. Dad will be here soon. Xuan smiled dotingly, quickly comforted the little ones, and told them that he would be there soon. The little guys started laughing again. After hanging up the phone, they began to look around eagerly, searching for Xuan. Not long after, everyone saw a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce arriving at the center of the square. The slender body, textured color and paint, cigar-shaped body, and extremely British style completely cover all the top designs of Rolls-Royce, embracing the fusion of modern craftsmanship and classical style to the extreme. Although the engine roar of this Rolls-Royce is not as ostentatious as those of other supercars, it has a low-key and detached temperament. Combined with its majestic appearance, it is simply perfect among perfections. Everyone's attention then shifted to this custom extended version of the Rolls-Royce, and everyone was completely stunned. Even the young masters and ladies, including Jiang Long who had just stunned the crowd with his McLaren P1, felt their hearts tremble. They looked at the slowly approaching Rolls-Royce in disbelief. They were all stunned, and their jaws almost dropped. His eyes kept flashing with disbelief, and the crowd that was noisy just now suddenly became quiet. It seemed that the only thing that could be heard at the scene was each other's rapidly accelerating heartbeats, and the only other sound was the engine of the Rolls-Royce. People smacked their lips, wanting to say something, but they no longer knew what words to use to describe their feelings at the moment. Compared with this custom-made extended version of Rolls-Royce, those young masters just now may be rich, but they are definitely not in the same league. Oh my god! This is a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce, and it actually appears here. Oh my god, this is too rich. This car is definitely worth more than 100 million. No, this is just an election campaign for an internet celebrity. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Just now, those young masters took a deep breath and burst into exclamations from time to time. When I compare this car with others and then look at my own car next to it, I feel that it is dull and there is no way to compare it at all. Is this true? The female internet celebrity and Xian looked at this scene and quickly rubbed her eyes. Even she was a little confused. After all, she was just an internet celebrity with some looks and popularity. How could she attract a young master of this level? But after looking left and right and confirming again and again, he finally realized that it was not fake. The excitement in his heart was beyond words for a moment, and he quickly pulled the host who was still standing there in a daze. Quick! Announce it! It's him! He definitely won. The host was finally recovered from his shock after being pulled by an XIN, but he couldn't help looking at an XIN with some embarrassment and spoke in a low voice. Ms. an XIN, this person doesn't seem to have signed up, what do you think? Just announce it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? But an XIN was so excited at this moment that he was on the verge of madness. He could no longer listen to what the host said and just urged him to make the announcement quickly. At this moment, an XIN felt so happy that she couldn't find words to describe it. If she could get closer to this person, not to mention making herself famous, she would have completely achieved a class leap. I can't even say that I have entered the upper class circle. This is simply soaring to the top circle, a level that I couldn't even imagine before. Everyone, I believe that with everyone's witness, our winner is already obvious, that is, the unknown owner of the Rolls-Royce Custom Extended version. Let us give him cheers and applause. Finally, with the hostess announcement, this somewhat ridiculous election competition has come to an end. Chapter 286. Let us go. Amid the sparse applause from the crowd, the previous passion was long gone, and what was left was only envy, jealousy, and hatred filling the air. What does it mean to be close to others with a billionaire? This is it. Oh, what a winner in life. Not only is he rich, but he also got the chance to be with an XIN so easily. Forget it, forget it. Today is an eye-opener. We were just spectators in the first place. While people were still talking, Yi Xian got out of the car, gently closed the door, and looked at the scene in front of him calmly. At the moment when he raised his head and smiled, everyone was completely stunned. It would have been jealousy just now, but now they were directly turned into anger. What kind of thing is this? Not only is he rich, but he's also so handsome. Don't they say you can't have your cake and eat it too? Isn't this a bit too much? He's so handsome. He's even more handsome than the male models and celebrities I think are the most handsome. And his temperament is absolutely amazing. Could it be that God opened a door for him and even smashed the window on purpose? Not only the people who came to join in the fun, but also the female internet celebrity in XIN was stunned, staring at Yi Xian with fiery eyes, and even her heart was about to jump out. Originally, when she saw the Rolls-Royce just now, she had already thought that since the other party had such strength, his appearance was not important. But when she saw Yi Xian's handsome face, she suddenly felt like she was in love with him at first sight and couldn't help herself. She was so satisfied with his unparalleled handsomeness and the elegance in his every move. It was hard for her to imagine that there was such a perfect man in the world. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Why haven't I seen him before? He suddenly showed up, could he be here to mess things up? Look at him. Humph. Is it a big deal that he's rich? Is it a big deal that he's handsome? God knows what kind of guy he is. Seeing all this, naturally some people were happy and some were sad. And XIN was happy in her heart, but the eldest young master was not very happy. They came here just after the game was over. Isn't it obvious that they are here to mess things up? Don't say anything more. I heard from my father that this person is Mr. Yi, the owner of Daxia Island. Hearing this, a young master who had reacted quickly covered the guy who had been cursing before, his forehead already covered with cold sweat, and spoke to him seriously. I just remembered that this person is not comparable to us. I don't care what you think in your heart, just swallow it down quickly. If someone hears it, no one can protect you. What? After hearing these words, not only the young master who had just scolded Yi Xian, but also the other young masters and young ladies beside him, felt a chill all over their bodies. You are kidding. The owner of Daxia Island is a very important person. Are you mistaken? Yeah. He looks so young, how is that possible? I don't believe it. This is too exaggerated. Even if he is the owner of Daxia Island, he is too young. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but become suspicious and looked at the young master with suspicion. Oh, how could I lie to you? My father even had dinner with him? Even Wang Haoming, the administrator of Daxia Island, had to stand up and toast him. What do you think? The young master sighed, looked at everyone with a sincere expression, and briefly explained what he knew. This. Everyone was speechless now. Perhaps they had felt uncomfortable and unhappy just now, but now they had swallowed all of it. After hearing what had been said, everyone believed Yi Xian's identity. At least when they thought of his age, they still found it hard to calm down. The owner of Dasha Island, this identity is too scary. No matter what, he is not someone that people like them want to look up to. They can't even reach his heels. The young master who was cursing before now had a look of fear on his face. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his heart was terrified to the extreme. If I had really offended someone just now, what would be the consequences? Thinking of this, the young master fell completely silent. He suddenly felt like he had survived a calamity and was glad that he had not done anything out of line. On the other side, after Yixian got out of the car, he began to look for Wang Xinyo and the little guys among the crowd. But before Yixian could see anything, the female internet celebrity in Xin came to Yixian excitedly, looked at him lovingly, gently touched the hair beside her ear, and winked at Yixian. Congratulations! You have earned the chance to have a dinner date with me. When the onlookers saw this scene, their expressions were inevitably distorted, and the envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts had reached the extreme. If any other man had seen an Xin's action just now, his heart would probably have melted, and this is the scene they have been dreaming about day and night. But Yixian just glanced at an Xin in front of him calmly, without any fluctuation in his expression, and shook his head resolutely. I don't need it, I'm here to find my daughter and wife. Ah, this. When the people around heard Yixian's refusal, they almost vomited blood. This guy is actually already married. And Xin was also choked badly, his expression was a little dull, and he was speechless for the moment. He just felt his head buzzing, and it was hard for him to accept that this beautiful dream ended before it even began. Dad! We are here! Just when everyone was in a daze, Wang Xinyao and a few little ones had already seen Yixian and ran over excitedly. The children even walked around an Xin who was standing there in a daze, and threw themselves into Yixian's arms. They were happy, but also a little resentful. After all, Yixian came too late. This is so beautiful. He is the winner in life. His wife is as beautiful as a fairy. Ah! And these little girls, what kind of angels are they? I'm almost melted by their cuteness. Compared like this, although an Xin is also very good looking, the gap is also obvious. When everyone saw Wang Xinyao and these little guys, they were also shocked. Not to mention how pretty and cute these little ones are, just look at their mother Wang Xinyao, their beauty and temperament like a lotus emerging from the water instantly surpass an Xin next to them. The difference between the two can be said to be obvious. Hubby, you're finally here. The girls are clamoring to go to the party with you. Wang Xinyao walked over with a smile, her eyes full of love as she looked at Yixian. Well, it's not too late now, let's go. Chapter 287 Lying on the spot. Yixian smiled gently, then he took Wang Xinyao's arm, took a few little ones with him, and left. At this moment, everyone was left with confusion watching Yixian's family leave. These scenes happened too fast and too dramatically that they are still struggling to react. As for an Xin, he was stamping his feet angrily on the spot. The beautiful dream he had carefully planned was now shattered. Thinking of this, an Xin found it hard to accept, and then looked at the other young masters. But now it has come to this, and the other young masters are not fools. No one is too lazy to pay attention to him. They have all got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left here. It's over. It's all over. When an Xin saw all this, his mind went blank and he collapsed to the ground. Yixian and Wang Xinyao brought a few little ones to the stage, and the family watched the unique maritime-style performances on the stage happily. The atmosphere was very warm. After watching the last song and dance show, today's competition has come to an end. Yixian looked at the little guys who were already a little drowsy and couldn't help but smile. He and Wang Xinyao took the little guys back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Wang Xinyao took a shower with the little ones, and then held them in Yixian's arms, falling into a deep sleep while listening to a fairy tale. The next morning, the little guys got up early, and saw that Yixian and Wang Xinyao had not woken up yet. There was nothing else to do today, so they tiptoed out, put on their clothes. How about we play something? After walking around the room, the little ones felt a little bored, so they decided to play something and started rummaging around the room, trying to find something fun. After searching for a while, Yi Jing found a go box and a chessboard in the cabinet under the TV, and said to the other girls with a smile, "Why don't we play this? It seems very interesting." Okay. The other girls didn't find anything fun, but when they saw what Yi Jing took out, they thought it was very interesting, so they excitedly lay on the coffee table and started playing with it. First, put the chessboard on the board. The little ones looked at the black and white pieces in the box, scratched their heads, and found that they didn't seem to know how to play with this thing. Sister Jingjing, do you know how to play this thing? Yishi looked at Yijing suspiciously and asked in a baby voice. Well, let me think about it first. Yijing pouted and started thinking in her mind, as if she had heard Zhou Xiaodan talk about how to play this thing before. Ah! I remember now. After thinking for a while, Yijing slapped his head and said to the other little guys with a smile. I've heard Xiaodan say before that this thing is called gobang. All you have to do is make a line on the board. Oh. So that's how it is. I understand. Yi Xia chuckled, picked up a black piece and placed it at an intersection on the chessboard. I'm coming too. Yi Jing also picked up the white piece and placed it on the other side of the chessboard. Although the little ones didn't know what the specific rules of gobang were, they still enjoyed the game. Now it was Yi Jing and Yi Xia who were playing, while the other kids were watching from the side, occasionally acting as military advisors and giving them some advice. After a while, Yi Xian also got up. Looking at the noises of the little ones in the living room, he walked over with a smile. You're actually playing Go. That's great. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that these little guys would actually play this, so he walked over to the girls and watched. Dad, you're up. Come and see how good I am at playing chess. When Yi Xia saw Yi Xian coming, he excitedly asked Yi Xian to come over and see his results. Okay, let me take a look. Yi Xian smiled dotingly, ruffled the little guy's hair, and began to read. But it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. The more he watched the chess played by these little guys, the more confused he became. He didn't understand what it meant at all. How do you play Go? Why can't Dad understand it? Dad, what is Go? Yi Jing had just placed another chess piece. When she heard Yi Xian's question, she asked it seriously. Ah? Yi Xian was a little stunned for a moment. Looking at the innocent faces of the little guys, he asked again weakly. If you are not playing Go, then what are you playing? Dad, this is called Gobang, not Go. Yi Jing explained with a grin, and gave Yi Xian a proud look at the chess piece he had dropped. Look, Dad, I'm almost connected into a line. Yi Xian was speechless for a moment. This little guy was connected into a line, but this was not a straight line, it was a complete curve. If it continued to bend a little bit, it would almost become a circle. That's not how you play. Come, let Daddy teach you. Wiping his sweat off his forehead, Yi Xian was actually somewhat impressed by these little guys. They didn't even know how to play, but they could still have so much fun. The rules of Go are as follows. Generally speaking, there are two ways to play. Dad will teach you the simplest one, which is also the most common one. While helping a few little guys to tidy up the chess pieces scattered all over the chessboard, Yi Xian demonstrated the specific ways of playing. Look, all you have to do is use the black and white pieces and place them at the intersection of the straight and horizontal lines on the board. The first one to form a straight line with 5 pieces wins. What is Gobang? It means that the 5 pieces should be in a straight line, not randomly placed like you guys are doing. Yi Xian demonstrated it personally and explained the rules in detail to the little ones. As for the other way of playing, since it was a little more difficult, he did not teach them. It was enough for them to play this simple way well. Oh. So that's how it is. After Yi Xian taught them, these girls felt that the door to a new world had been opened. However, they were still a little confused after just listening and watching, and they clamored for Yi Xian to continue teaching them. Dad! This is so fun, you must teach us. Hey, we are so smart, we will definitely be able to learn it. But I still didn't quite understand what you said just now. Dad, can you say it again? Chapter 288 Teaching Chess. Seeing that the children were very enthusiastic about Gobang, Yi Xian also thought that this educational game would be very beneficial for them, so he patiently taught them step by step. Come on, then Daddy will teach you how to play, and you will definitely be able to learn it. Let Xia Xia and Jingjing go first. Yeah. The two girls agreed with great joy and picked up the chess pieces with great interest. Xia Xia, make your move first. You can place it anywhere, but it's best to place it in the middle. The first one to make the move will have a greater advantage. Aha! Yi Xia agreed and placed the black piece in the center of the chessboard. Then what should I do, Dad? Teach me. Yi Jing held the chess piece in her hand, pursed her lips, and didn't know what to do. Ha, don't worry, even though I'm the last one to make the move, it doesn't matter. Yi Xian smiled and comforted Yi Jing, gently pinched Yi Jing's little face, held Yi Jing's little hand, and gently placed the chess piece next to the black piece. It's so fun. Yi Jing looked at the falling chess pieces with a very enthusiastic expression, and thought that this thing was very interesting. The other little guys were also watching the chess game with great interest. Although they still didn't quite understand it, after Yi Xian's explanation, they found Go Bang even more interesting. Well, if you find it interesting, Dad will train you well and make you into Go experts, how about that? While Yi Xian was teaching the children, he also joked along, hoping to increase their interest in these things, which would be very good for them. Great! We must study hard. Then Dad must teach us everything he knows. Hee. This won't be a problem for us. The girls were cheering themselves up with full confidence, which made Yi Xian feel funny. He thought these little girls were quite conceited. Ahem. Okay, listen to Daddy. Although you probably know the rules of Go Bang, how do you play it specifically? What's the idea? You still need to learn more. After coughing lightly, Yi Xian began to explain his ideas to the little ones again, but he did not just explain it. Instead, he let them play the game while explaining the theory. This way of making the biggest progress. Remember, when playing Go Bang, you must be serious and careful. Otherwise, once you reveal your flaws and the opponent seizes them, you will be in a hopeless situation. When Black plays first, he must seize the initiative and create an advantage for himself. As long as he is good at using his advantages, he can do it. But when you are the white chess player, don't lose heart. As long as you can defend properly, you can still have a chance to win. But at this time, you can't just defend, you must also seize the opportunity to attack. Yi Xian then told the children in detail about some of his experiences and techniques for breaking the game. The children listened very carefully, with their mouths opened into an O shape. They had never thought that such a game could have so many tricks. On the other side, Wang Xinyao also got up. Seeing Yi Xian playing chess with the children, she did not disturb them. Instead, she went to the kitchen with a smile and started cooking for them. But after Wang Xinyao finished cooking, she saw Yi Xian and the children still playing games at the table. She was somewhat surprised, so she walked up to them and asked curiously, "Why are you so into playing chess today?" "Mom, Dad taught us how to play chess today, and we learned a lot." Hearing Wang Xinyao's voice, the children turned around excitedly and reported to Wang Xinyao what they had gained today. "Then you are quite serious, you deserve praise." Wang Xinyao smiled and gave the children a thumbs up, then pointed towards the dining table and said, "But no matter how serious you are, you have to finish your meal before playing. Otherwise, I don't know how to think." "Okay. Let's go now." The children nodded, and several of them pulled Yi Xian together, skipping towards the dining table. During today's meal, the little ones were still a little absent-minded. After finishing the meal in no time, they still pestered Yi Xian to play chess with them. "Dad, can you continue to play chess with us?" Of course you can. Dad is happy to see that you like playing chess." Yi Xian nodded, led the little guys back to where they had been playing chess, and continued playing several more games. Up to now, the children have made rapid progress. From not understanding the rules at the beginning to being able to observe the development of the chess game skillfully now, they are getting better and better at it. After finishing another game, the little guys still felt unsatisfied, but they suddenly remembered the Go that Yi Xian had asked about before. "By the way, Dad, what is this Go game you were talking about? Is it fun too?" Yi Shi looked up at Yi Xian and asked about Go with great interest. The other children also looked at Yi Xian in the same way, and they all wanted to learn it. "Dad, can you teach us? Go seems to be fun." "Hey, isn't it true that Go Bang is connected in a line, and Go is formed in a circle? Dad, I want to learn this too." Now Yi Xian didn't know what to say. These little guys had only learned Go Bang for a short time, but they actually wanted to continue learning Go. But Go is very difficult. "Are you sure you want to learn it?" "Yes, we have to learn. With Dad teaching us, we will definitely be able to learn it." The children had great confidence in Yi Xian and immediately agreed to continue studying. That's fine, then Dad will continue teaching you." Yi Xian agreed with a smile. Since the children have so much confidence in him, how could he not have confidence in himself? "Come, let me explain the rules of Go to you first, and we'll take it slow today." After rearranging the chessboard, Yi Xian demonstrated and explained the rules and methods of playing Go to the children, using the most direct way to teach, which also enabled the children to learn more clearly. Wang Xinyao, who had just finished cleaning up the dishes, came out and watched the children studying Go with Yi Xian again. She couldn't help but feel that it was a bit too much. After all, everything should be done step by step. Are these little guys going to defy fate? Why are you learning Go? Can you learn it? After hesitating for a while, Wang Xinya walked up to the children and asked them a question. She still couldn't believe that these little guys had learned it in such a short time. Mom, Dad just praised us for learning so well. Now we know how to get off the bed. Chapter 289, Complaining. How about Mom come and play with us? I want to play around with Mom. Yeah, it must be fun to play Go with Mom. The children answered confidently and even wanted Wang Xinyao to play a game with them. Okay, then let Mom check the effectiveness of your learning. Wang Xinyao was also quite amused, and she started playing against the children. The children played black pieces first, and she played white pieces second. But after playing for a while, Wang Xinyao gradually discovered that the children, who had been hesitant and blind in making their moves at the beginning, began to become calm under Yi Xian's guidance. Sometimes, even she felt that their moves were quite good. This felt like a leap forward, and made Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian feel that these little guys were indeed very talented. They played like this until the evening, and Yi Xian taught the children many skills and techniques of Go games. The children were very focused and they really learned a lot. After they were tired of playing, the little ones lazily lay on the sofa, eating snacks and watching cartoons. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but want to laugh and be angry, and said a few words to them helplessly. You little guys, you can't just eat without exercising. How about coming and exercising with Daddy? If you continue like this, you will turn into little fat pigs and won't look good. But even though Yi Xian said this, the children still did not move and were not very willing to get up and exercise. Dad, we are all tired from playing chess today and don't want to exercise. Yes, it's dark now, we should rest. Dad, just let us have a good rest. Several little guys looked at Yi Xian and spoke in baby voices, but no one wanted to get up and exercise. Hey, you girls, playing chess is about using your brain, how is it the same as exercise? Wang Xinyao on the side was also a little amused, but Yi Xian pulled Wang Xinyao to his side and whispered something to her. Good. After hearing this, Wang Xinyao nodded and thought it was a good idea. The two of them left the hotel, leaving the little ones lying on the sofa in confusion. Hey! What are Mom and Dad doing? I don't know, maybe they think we don't have enough snacks. Xia, what are you thinking about? You must be trying to find a way for us to exercise. But it's better to take us out, right? This shouldn't be the case. After some guessing, the little ones still couldn't figure out the reason, so they just continued to eat their snacks and watch TV comfortably. After a while, Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian went to the shopping mall outside, and as soon as they entered, they went to the toy shopping area. They came out for no other reason than to buy toys that the children liked, thinking of using them as prizes to urge the little ones to exercise. When the two returned to the hotel, they were carrying a lot of toys in large and small bags. The children's eyes were suddenly fixed on them. They jumped off the sofa and came to the pile of toys. Mom and Dad, is this for us? The children were so happy. They didn't expect that not only did they not have to exercise, but they also got so many toys. Wait, these are not yours yet. Yi Xian smiled and quickly called out to a few little guys who were already impatient. As for these toys, you need to check in and exercise every day to get them. Your mother will watch over you. How about that? Yeah. No problem. Attracted by the dazzling array of toys, the little ones immediately agreed and started exercising quickly, and they were immediately motivated. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao watched the scene with satisfaction, thinking to themselves that this move was really effective. But what neither of them expected was that the children were interested in exercising, but this shot of chicken blood was too strong, and they all grew bigger all of a sudden. When everyone got up the next day, these little guys only felt sore backs and waists all over their bodies, and they all complained in pain. Dad, I feel so bad, my whole body hurts. Ah! My legs are so sore, it hurts when I move. Dad, what should we do? We won't be able to exercise today if this continues. But even so, the children did not forget today's check-in task, and they still seem very motivated. Okay, let Daddy give you a massage. Yi Xian had no choice but to give the little guys a massage, and then they felt better. After helping the little ones with massage, Long Ye came in and reported the news about the West. Brother Yi, our people have already entered the West, and the black post you instructed has also been successfully sent out. After this, the families that received the blackmail notices have become more restrained recently, and have become more cautious in their actions and in all aspects. Yi Xian stood up and looked at Long Shi. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly. Okay, let's get ready and go to the west. Hearing this, Long Yi's originally calm expression suddenly tensed. Although he had a hunch that Brother Yi was going to go to the west, hearing Brother Yi say it himself still made him feel surprised and shocked. At this moment his heart was beating wildly, knowing that if he really went on this trip, who knows what would happen. So at that moment, although Long Yi was somewhat hesitant about whether he should say the next words, he gritted his teeth and decided to dissuade him. Brother Yi, why don't we not go this time? If we really go, it will be a big trouble. I don't know how big a storm it will cause. If there is any organization or force that needs to be dealt with, just let me arrange for someone to go down there. It would be rather troublesome if I go there in person. Bai Ling and Tang Hao on the side also gathered around Yi Xian. They had just heard Yi Xian say that he was going to the west. They felt the same as Long Shi, so they came over to persuade him, hoping that Yi Xian could give up this idea. Brother Yi, why don't we just forget about it this time? It's not convenient to take my sister-in-law and a few girls with you. If it doesn't work, I can help you solve it. Tang Hao looked at Yi Xian earnestly. Deep down he didn't want Yi Xian to really go there. It would be fine if everything goes well, but if things don't go as smoothly as expected, who knows what kind of unexpected changes will occur. Chapter 290 Going to the West. Brother Yi, you have to calm down. If you go there in person, the nature of this matter will become different. Why don't we not be anxious and think of a specific solution first? There must be other ways to solve this problem. There is no need to go there in person. It will waste so much time. Bai Ling looked at Yi Xian eagerly and also tried to persuade him with a few words. For a moment, Bai Ling, Long Shi, Tang Hao and the other two were completely on the same page and none of them really wanted Yi Xian to go there. What happened to you today? Yi Xian looked at them with a mixture of anger and laughter, and said helplessly. I went there to make trouble a few years ago. Does that mean I can't go there now? After hearing what Yi Xian said, the three of them were speechless and had no choice but to agree. Okay, don't worry about this matter. When the time comes, we can just relax and don't think too much. Seeing that no one was talking, Yi Xian sighed a few times, talked to them briefly about the arrangements after that, and then returned to the little guys. Children, I have good news for you. We are going to the west. The west. The few little guys who were still sitting on the sofa to rest suddenly had their eyes brightened. They instantly forgot the pain in their bodies and almost jumped from the sofa to the ceiling. This news is undoubtedly great news for the children. Now their little faces are rosy and they begin to imagine going to the west to play. All they think of are various fun places. That's great, Dad. Does this mean we can go see the Eiffel Tower? We still have to think about what interesting places there are in the west. I want to go to those interesting places of interest. Then wait a minute, Dad. We still have to check it online. After the Eiffel Tower popped out of their mouths, the little ones couldn't think of any interesting places for a moment, so they took out their mobile phones and started searching on the internet. Dad, we're going to Loch Ness to see the monster. And here, Venice, the water city, there are so many rivers here, and the night view is so beautiful. Dad, I want to see the Louvre in Provence. The children were collecting travel guides on the internet. They wanted to go and take a good look at almost every place they saw, and they kept telling Yi Xian, who was standing nearby. Okay, Dad promises you that if Dad has the chance, he will take you to any place you want to go, okay? Seeing that the little guys were even more enthusiastic about exercising than before, Yi Xian did not hesitate and agreed with a smile. Yeah. Dad is so nice. Let's go and tell Mom the good news now. Yeah, Mom will definitely be very happy if she knows. After getting Yi Xian's consent, the children almost jumped 3 feet high. The excitement and joy in their hearts reached the point where they could hardly calm down. So they swarmed to Wang Xinyao and told her the good news in one voice. Mom, we have good news to tell you, do you want to know? Wang Xinyao was tidying up the room just now. Now seeing the children looking at her eagerly with their pupils flashing with excitement, she couldn't help feeling a little confused and asked with a smile. What's the good news? Tell Mom quickly. Hey, Dad is going to take us to the west to play. Yi Jing smiled and threw herself into Wang Xinyao's arms, excitedly telling her the news. Are you happy then? Wang Xinyao smiled. She was not very surprised by this. After all, she had stayed on this island for quite some time. It was not surprising that she wanted to visit other places. Happy. The children nodded, and now they were a little impatient and wanted to get on the plane to the west right away. Well, then Mom will go with you and take you to have fun. Wang Xinyo rubbed the children's faces. The children nodded and hurriedly packed up their things. Oh, we forgot one thing. While packing up, Yi Jing suddenly remembered something and said to the other little guys. We haven't gone to buy souvenirs yet. If we don't go now, it might be too late. Yeah. So what do we do now? Yi Shi nodded, not knowing what to do for a moment. The other little guys also looked at Yi Jing anxiously. Why don't we go ask Dad? Maybe we still have a chance to get out today. Yeah. Let's go then. After discussing for a while, the little guys walked outside to ask Yi Xian. Dad, are we still leaving today? Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Xian looked at the little guys with a smile, wondering why they asked this. We want to buy some souvenirs, otherwise we will all leave by then. Yi Jing looked at Yi Xian eagerly and expressed her thoughts in a baby voice. Dad, we have decided to buy some souvenirs and postcards from all the places we have been to as a souvenir, so that when we grow up, we will not forget these memories. All right. Yi Xian was also helpless, but the idea of these little guys was still a good one, so he agreed immediately and prepared to take the children out. After packing up, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao took the children out of the hotel and came to a large souvenir distribution center nearby. Dad, let's go over there and take a look. The children stood at the door and saw the many stalls inside at a glance, so they prepared to go in and have a good look. Okay, we'll just wait for you to come back. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, not worried about the children. Yeah, then Dad and Mom will wait for us here, we will be back soon. The little guys agreed, held hands, and walked inside. Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian watched the happy backs of the little ones slowly walking away, and just stood at the door waiting. The little ones were running all the way. Yi Jing, as the eldest sister, led her younger sisters and walked behind them, always paying attention to their safety. After walking around the souvenir stalls, the little ones bought some things, and they liked them very much, so they packed them carefully in bags. But while strolling, Yi Shi, who was walking at the edge, suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a few vague figures in the woods on the other side. Then after taking a closer look, I saw that there were a few old men playing chess inside. Chapter 291, Remarkable. One of them was an old man with a white beard who looked quite like an immortal. In front of him was a chessboard and next to him was a simple sign with the words accepting as a last-ditch disciple written on it. Oh, how could I lose like this? A middle-aged man opposite the old man's side, exuding a sense of powerlessness all over his body, and looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. Although he prided himself on his high level of chess skills, the old man opposite him always gave him the feeling that he was being strangled by the throat. No matter what method he used or from what angle he attacked, it was like hitting cotton. But when the old man started to attack, he felt that he was unstoppable and he had no room to resist at all, and he quickly lost the game. Ha, young man, if you don't complain about losing, don't think too much about it. The old man who was watching the chess game nearby smiled but said nothing at first. But now, seeing the middle-aged man sighing, he couldn't help but smile and say a few words. It's true that I lost, and if you could beat him, you wouldn't be an ordinary person. We old guys watch him play chess with others here every day. Your chess skills are pretty good. Keep going, young man. This old guy is no match for you now. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a complicated expression, then glanced at the old man in front of him who was packing up the chessboard, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Thinking back to the previous game, the man still had cold sweat on his forehead, and he knew deep in his heart that this old man was a real master, at least he was not someone he could fight against at the moment. But to be honest, this might be a height that I will never be able to reach. Every move made by the old man just now made him feel truly thrilling. With just a flick of his wrist, he easily surrounded his opponent. An invisible sense of oppression spread throughout the entire chess game. Sister, there is go here. After seeing it clearly, Yi Shi gently pulled Yi Jing, who was walking in front of her, pointed towards the grove and spoke softly. Really? Yi Jing and a few other little ones looked in the direction Yi Shi pointed, and they immediately became interested. Their little eyes lit up, and they all wanted to go over and take a look. Sister Jingjing, why don't we go over and take a look? Well, let's take a look and go. Yi Jing thought about it for a while, and couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart, so she immediately went over with her sisters. Hey! Closed disciple, what does this mean? As soon as they walked over, the children were attracted by the things on the sign in front of them and muttered something in a low voice, but they didn't know what it meant. The little ones trotted all the way to the chessboard set up by the old man, and looked at the chessboard with great interest. It was somewhat old and had a thick patina. Hello, Grandpa. Are you waiting for someone to play chess? The little ones looked at the old man with white beard and kind face in front of them and asked in a baby voice. The old man looked at the little girls in front of him. Their cute and polite appearance immediately made him like them. He spoke kindly and gently. Well, yes, do you like Go? Grandpa, we love Go so much. The children smiled and nodded. Ever since Yi Xian taught them this, they have become more and more interested in Go. Oh. Do you know how to play Go? The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he asked another question. The other old men sitting next to him were also crossing their legs and looking at these girls with interest. Grandpa, we can play Go. Ha ha ha. That's great. The old man slapped his thigh excitedly. Although he didn't think these little guys would be very good at this, it should be interesting to play Go with such a smart little girl, so he immediately invited the children. How about this, you can all play together, okay? Let Grandpa test your skills. Good. The little guys had never thought that they could actually play a game of Go with the old man. They immediately forgot what they had said before, that they were just here to take a look, and agreed excitedly, ready to play a good game with the old man. Yes, these girls are really brave. Many old men nearby were watching this scene happily, thinking that this was really a case of a newborn calf not fearing a tiger. This guy is a great Chinese Go player. Even though he has now retired to the quieter Dasha Island, his level has not improved but declined. It can be said that he has reached the state of returning to nature. However, although the old men thought so in their hearts, they did not say it out loud and just watched from the side. Come on, Grandpa lets you go first. Heisey, let's start. The old man stroked his beard and generously gave the initiative to the children. Yeah, thank you, Grandpa. Yi Jing smiled and nodded, and first took the black piece in his hand and placed it at the number 33 in the lower left corner. Ha, not bad, you even know how to take up a stable position first. Good job. The old man laughed when he saw this, thinking that these little guys were quite smart. When playing first, they did not rush to choose small eyes and star positions, which were slightly riskier places. Instead, they calmly chose point 33, which was the most secure place to guard the corner. This also shows that the little girls at least have some opinions of their own about the situation, which is a very wise approach. Thank you, Grandpa. The children received the old man's praise, but they just smiled and kept their attention on observing the old man's moves. The old man just smiled slightly, and then placed the white piece next to the black piece. Although the old man only made one move, the children still watched it very carefully, as if hoping to analyze the old man's future movements from this move. Grandpa, let's go this way. After the children discussed quietly for a while, they finally decided to use offense as defense, seize the advantage of the first move and not let the old man have any chance to take advantage. They placed the black piece under the old man's white piece, forming a siege with the black piece at 3 threes. Good. The old man nodded. Rather than being an opponent of the little guys, he was more like a mentor to them. Being able to find opportunities to attack and placing your pieces in a place that is safe enough to protect yourself is a good choice. At this point, the old man became a little more serious. In his eyes, the rigor and accuracy of these children's moves were better than that of the middle-aged man who just left. In comparison, the middle-aged man was a little impatient. However, these children are able to achieve both offense and defense, and always choose their positions precisely. Their character is commendable. Chapter 292. Dad, we forgot the time. The game of chess is still going on. Every move made by the little girls is very careful and their chess skills are very strong. Although they are still young, their techniques are very skillful. They can even use some killer moves that even the old man finds incredible. You know, although there are many killer moves in Go, it is relatively complicated to learn. The moves and situations change at a moment's notice. It is not easy to go with the flow and proceed step by step. It requires even more skills to make killer moves. No matter from which aspect, the difficulty of Go is far greater than chess. If you want to really get started, the time and energy required will increase exponentially. The scene before them made the old men who were watching the fun around couldn't help but be stunned. They stared in amazement at the calm and composed appearance of these little guys, and were shocked in their hearts. After all, they were just a few children. Not bad. These girls are really good. Well, it seems that we old men with blurry eyes have really made a mistake this time. Shoo, keep your voice down and continue watching. After a few old men muttered a few words, they were even more surprised to find that the national player sitting opposite the little guy actually frowned. He was speechless for a moment and could not believe that what he saw was actually real. At this moment, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully considering the current situation. Although he had the upper hand and surrounded the black pieces of the little guys, he still couldn't defeat the little guys. The old man now has a heart of admiration for talent. If these little guys can become his last disciples, that would be the best choice. Children are smart and can absorb new knowledge better. Moreover, these children's understanding of Go is not necessarily shallower than that of adults. Their foundation is also solid. It can be said that they have once-in-a-lifetime talents. Not to mention anything else, the fact that I have been able to work under him for so long is enough to reveal many problems. If I hadn't been sitting here and actually played a game with these kids, I'm afraid I wouldn't have believed it was true. Grandpa, you are awesome. Even better than our mom. The little girls also had beads of sweat on their foreheads at this moment. In this round, even though they started first, the old man gained the upper hand after just a few steps and has been suppressing them until now. Don't be distracted, you guys are pretty good. The old man waved his hand and reminded the little guys that the chess game was not over yet. He also wanted to see if these little guys could bring him more surprises. Aha! The children nodded and immediately observed the situation more carefully. But in the final analysis, these little guys who have just learned to play Go, no matter how talented they are, still seem a little immature when facing these once powerful national players. After not long, it is time to decide the winner. And they were the losing side. Now the old man's black pieces were attacking fiercely, and their white pieces were at the point where they were powerless to turn the tide. Ha, what do you think? Do you want to give in and admit defeat? At this time, the old man was not in a hurry. He just smiled and said something to the little girls, wanting to use this to test their character and ability to discern the situation again. Kids, you played chess well, but there's no need to continue now. Yes, the grandfather in front of you is very fierce. It is extraordinary that you can make it this far. Alas, at this point, there is really nothing we can do. Girls, listen to Grandpa's advice and admit defeat now. The elders nearby also reminded the little ones that although their chess skills were quite good, the opponents they were facing were too strong and the situation was hopeless. Grandpa, can you let us think about it for a while? The leader Yi Jing pouted, looked at the chess game seriously and thought about it, and finally suggested suspending the game first. Okay, Grandpa promises you. The old national player nodded kindly, and was even more satisfied with the temperament of the little guys. It was indeed not easy for them to be able to think calmly at this time. But children are still children after all, and they are always a little stubborn. At least in the current situation, there is no way to deal with it even if we try to think for these children. Children, let me ask you, who did you learn chess from? Looking at your exquisite skills and your thoughtful expressions, you must have learned from a master. Maybe Grandpa knows you. The old man took advantage of the break to curiously ask these little girls who taught them the art of chess, thinking that if there was such a person, he probably knew him and could discuss the matter of becoming their last disciple with that person. But if not, that would be even better. After all, these children are the best successors I can find at the moment, and I must not miss them. Not to mention their chess skills, just their personalities can make people see many possibilities in them. Grandpa, I learned this from our dad. What? Your dad? Hearing the answers of these little guys, the national player and the old men watching the chess were all shocked, thinking that this father must be a master, otherwise it would be difficult to train these little guys. Why haven't you come out for so long? Honey, let's go in and take a look. Yeah, that's fine. At the same time, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao, who were standing at the door, waited for a long time, but did not see the little guys come out. They were somewhat worried and walked inside. After looking around, there was still no sign of the little guys, so Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao immediately decided to split up and look for them. But after just a few steps apart, Yi Xian also saw several familiar little figures in the woods. Looking closely, he found that they were Yi Jing's little guys. Aren't these girls buying souvenirs? Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He didn't know how he ended up here buying a souvenir. While muttering to himself, he walked inside. Dad! Why are you here? As Yi Xian walked into the woods, the little guys who were discussing the chess game also saw Yi Xian and immediately pounced on him. You girls, why are you here? Yi Xian lovingly picked up the two girls in one hand, and then asked them how they got here. Hey, Dad, we've been playing chess with Grandpa here and have forgotten the time. Yi Shi, who was held by Yi Xian, smiled and pointed at the old national player who was looking at Yi Xian. Chapter 293, The Last Disciple. Oh, I'll go check it out. Yi Xian immediately became interested and felt happy. He gently put down the girl in his arms, walked towards the side, and began to look at the chess game between the little ones and the old man. "Hello, you are the father of these girls, right? I heard that you taught the girls how to play chess. I really admire you. The girls are very good at chess and their temperament is also very rare." The old man looked at Yi Xian, greeted him, and praised the chess skills of the little guys. "You said it kindly." Yi Xian smiled slightly, continued to look at the chess game for a while, looked at the little guy beside him and said calmly, "Girls, let me help you continue." "Good." The children were very happy and nodded with a smile. Anyway, they had no other choice now, so they might as well see how their dad would break the deadlock. "Young man, this is not necessary. The situation is already hopeless. Yeah, there's no need to continue this, it's already a dead end. Alas, this game of chess is simply not going to work." The elders who were watching the game nearby also tried to persuade him immediately. After all, even the national player himself might not be able to break the situation, let alone this young man. "Dad, but it seems like we are losing." The little girls also looked at Yi Xian worriedly, knowing in their hearts that what the old men next to them were right. The current situation was like being surrounded. "Girls, remember what Daddy said. No matter what, don't give up until the end. Whether it's playing chess or anything else, you must have perseverance. Even if the result is bad, you must persist until the last moment." "Yeah. Dad, we get it." The children nodded heavily when they heard this. They naturally understood what Yi Xian meant and regained their confidence in Yi Xian. After all, in their eyes, Yi Xian is a superman. Even in Go, they think Yi Xian is the best. "Ha, well said, come on young man." The old national player was also happy. He invited Yi Xian to sit opposite him, and the two began to play chess. "Girls, remember this. When you are stuck in a deadlock, don't rush to give up. First observe the shape and momentum of the center and the corresponding four corners. As long as the opponent still has weaknesses, there is still a chance to break the game." Yi Xian picked up a black piece casually and placed it on a small spot on the chessboard, while explaining it to the little guys. "Ha, is that all?" The old national player muttered to himself. He had also experienced countless opponents who wanted to break the deadlock, but once he really formed a siege, these were all empty words. Thinking of this, he did not give Yi Xian a chance to breathe, but continued to increase his offensive, wanting to completely defeat the opponent as a whole. But Yi Xian's expression remained calm, and he calmly picked up the black piece and continued to make moves. But at this moment, the old national player was shocked and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. It was this decisive move. Now when he looked at the whole game again, he found that Yi Xian's situation was actually getting better, and he felt somewhat unbelievable. You know, in the situation just now, even he himself couldn't find a way out, but Yi Xian actually created a glimmer of hope. However, the old man did not relax his offensive, but chose to press on step by step, trying to make a move to completely block Yi Xian's chance of survival. Whether it was the little guys around him or the old men watching the chess game, they were all silent at this moment, watching the situation in front of them intently. Everyone was very nervous. But as Yi Xian made his moves one by one, the old man became more and more frightened. Not only did he fail to win, but the situation was actually turned around. Everyone was witnessing this scene and was horrified. Who could have imagined that someone like Yi Xian, who was unknown in the Go world, could so easily make this once famous national player helpless? What's even more exaggerated is that when Yi Xian took over this game, he was already in a hopeless situation. It was already very good for him to be able to survive from a desperate situation. He was actually able to turn defeat into victory. This is simply outrageous. This young man. Is it possible that I haven't woken up yet? What's going on now? Oh my god, the national player actually lost. The old men sitting on the side were even more stunned. It would be fine if others didn't know the old man's strength, but they all knew his identity and had watched him play chess for some time, so they knew it very clearly. I lost. After a while, the old master looked at the chess game, his hand holding the chess piece trembling slightly, then fell to the ground, took a deep breath, and murmured in a low voice. The old men who were watching the chess game around were speechless at this moment. They all came forward to look at the current chess game carefully. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it, but now that they looked at it, their scalps tingled. On the current chessboard, the old national master's previous advantages are no longer visible. He is completely suppressed by Yi Xian, and is being crushed across the board. That kind of killing move and decisive control of the situation, perhaps there is no one else in the world today who can do it. The strength is so strong that it's outrageous. After Yi Xian finished playing chess, he did not waste any more time. He looked back at the little girls and saw that they had already bought souvenirs and postcards. He then took them back, leaving the group of old men still standing there sighing in a daze. When they looked at the chess game and finally reacted, they looked up again, but they could no longer see Yi Xian and the little guys. They didn't know where they were now. Oh, what a pity! He didn't even leave any contact information. The old national player sighed. It was indeed a pity. He had been in the Go world for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying young man. Even the few children he taught casually were so strong that ordinary people could not reach their level. At the same time, Yi Xian took the children out. Thinking about what happened before, he felt a little bit ridiculous and asked the little ones. I said, do you know what a closed disciple is? You just passed by so casually. Last disciple, I don't know. Several little guys shook their heads. No one knew what this meant. They just wanted to play chess, but they didn't expect to waste so much time. As Yi Xiao walked, he was still pondering in his mind, trying to figure out what this meant. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said excitedly to Yi Xian. Chapter 294, Laughing or Crying. Dad, I understand. This closed disciple means to help someone else's closed disciple. Am I smart? Put. Xia, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian was stunned at first when he heard this, then he burst out laughing, thinking that these little guys had really amazing imaginations. What on earth is that? Hearing Yi Xian deny his statement, Yi Xia pursed his lips and had to continue asking. Okay, Dad will tell you, this last disciple is going to inherit someone else's legacy, which means he will teach you all his chess skills, do you understand? Oh, that's how it is. The little guys nodded in sudden realization, and then looked at Yi Xian seriously. We don't want that. Dad will teach us. Yes, we want Dad to teach us. Dad is even better than that grandpa. If we let that grandpa teach us, we will never be able to beat Dad in the future. Hearing the children's innocent words, Yi Xian laughed and held the hands of the little ones even tighter. After walking a few steps with the children, Yi Xian saw Wang Xinyo running towards them. Ha! I finally found you guys. Where on earth did you girls go? Wang Xinyo finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked about what had just happened. Mom, we just went to play chess. Okay, let me tell you. Yi Xian looked at the little guys biting their lips and keeping their heads down in silence, and could only help explain it to Wang Xinyo. Ha ha ha. Disciples who help close the door, you girls are so funny. After hearing about this, Wang Xinyo couldn't help but feel a little amused and helpless at the children's behavior. As everyone went back, a few little ones started to tinker with the souvenirs they had just bought, while Yi Xian called Tang Hao and reminded him about the trip to the west. Tang Hao, it's almost time now. You can book a charter flight for tomorrow morning. Okay, Brother Yi, I'll do it. Tang Hao nodded solemnly, turned around and left, took out his cell phone and started to contact. Girls, we are leaving tomorrow. After watching Tang Hao leave, Yi Xian quickly told the news to several children who were looking at postcards on the sofa. Very good. The children's eyes lit up when they heard this. They could hardly contain their excitement. They stopped looking at the postcards in their hands and put them back together. Then they packed their things again to make sure they didn't miss anything. After all, the children got a lot of things they liked during their trip to Dasha Island. These are things they will take away with them and are a beautiful memory in their lives. Yi Xian also found Wang Xinyo and told her about taking a flight to the west early the next morning. The two of them packed up a little. At this time, the sky had turned as dark as ink, but they could still see the bright moon on the sea and countless shining stars. The children lay by the window, enjoying the cool evening breeze, looking at the lighthouse and the beach on the distant sea, and said their final goodbyes to Dasha Island. After thinking about it, Yi Xian also called Wang Haoming. It would be better to tell him in advance if he was leaving. Hello, Mr. Yi, haven't you rested yet? The phone rang only once or twice before Wang Haoming's voice was heard, asking Yi Xian about his well-being with concern. It's almost time to rest, but I'm leaving soon to take the children to the west for some fun, so let me tell you, from now on, you will have to do everything on Dasha Island yourself. Ah. Mr. Yi, are you leaving? Wang Haoming's voice on the phone suddenly changed, and became a little anxious, and then continued. Mr. Yi, this is too sudden. How about we have a quick meal together? I'll contact the hotel now. No need. I don't think I have the time now. Maybe next time.
Yi Xian immediately declined Wang Haoming's kindness. Although it was not impossible, there was indeed not much time left this time.
All right.
Seeing this, Wang Haoming said no more and instead asked about the time Yi Xian would charter the plane.
Then Mr. Yi, when did you charter the plane? I'll come and see you off. It's tomorrow morning. If it's inconvenient for you, forget it. It doesn't have to be so troublesome.
Yi Xian calmly informed Wang Haoming of the time of the charter flight.
As for whether he would be sent off or not, that was not important. Okay, Mr. Yi, I got it. Wang Haoming on the other end of the phone agreed in a resounding voice.
Although Yi Xian said this, he still kept it in mind.
This was the most important thing for him at the moment and he could not neglect it.
After talking for a few more words, Yi Xian hung up the phone.
It was getting later and later, and it was time to go to bed.
After returning to the room, the children and Wang Xinyao hugged each other and fell asleep. Yi Xian lowered his head and kissed them gently on the face, then went to bed as he had to get up early the next morning.
Although it was the last night on Dasha Island, everyone slept peacefully and dreamlessly. By the time I opened my eyes, the sun had slowly risen, and the sunlight seeped through the blackout curtain. Although the blackout curtain was of extraordinary thickness and quality, I could still tell that it was already daytime outside. As soon as the children opened their eyes, they immediately remembered today's arrangements.
They turned over and woke up Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian.
After packing up, everyone left the hotel and Tang Hao drove them all the way to the airport.
At this moment, at the airport gate, Wang Haoming and many other bosses had been waiting there very early. They came here not for any other reason but just to see Yi Xian off. From a distance, Wang Haoming saw the vehicle of Yi Xian and others, and immediately went forward to greet them. Seeing this, the bosses behind him did not dare to delay and hurriedly walked up in 2 steps.
Mr. Yi, you are here.
Wang Haoming walked to the parked custom extended version of Rolls-Royce, opened the door for Yi Xian, and greeted Yi Xian and others to get out of the car with a group of bosses.
After packing the luggage, the car was first stored at the airport. Someone would take care of it later, and everyone walked into the airport. Mr. Yi, why are you leaving now? Aren't you going to play for a while longer? Why don't we stay a little longer?
There will be many activities on the island later, and they should all be activities that the children will like.
Mr. Yi, this is too sudden. Next time you come, you must tell us in advance. Chapter 295 Learn this. The bosses and Wang Haoming gathered around Yi Xian, trying to keep him as they walked. They also agreed to let him know the next time they came, so that they could go to welcome him. Well, I'll tell you next time I come. It's just that I was a little rushed this time, so let's keep it simple. Faced with the enthusiasm of Wang Haoming and the bosses, Yi Xian smiled and promised to tell everyone first when he comes next time. Just like that, in the spacious and deserted airport, which was originally sparsely populated in the morning, a group of people walked in a mighty manner through the exclusive boarding gate and arrived under the charter plane parked next to the apron. Just send it here.
Looking at the charter plane that had already lowered the registration stairs, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Wang Haoming and the bosses, and stopped.
Okay, Mr. Yi, please be safe on your way. If you want to come back and take a look, please let us know at any time.
Then we'll send it here.
If you need anything, Mr. Yi, remember to contact us at any time. Then we won't give you any more. We just wish you a safe journey, Mr. Yi, and a pleasant trip.
Now that they had arrived at the place, everyone gave their blessings and exchanged a few polite words.
Goodbye, uncles. The little guys next to them also knew that it was time to board the plane, and they waved politely to Wang Haoming and the bosses. By the way, Mr. Yi, we have some small gifts here, I hope you can accept them. Wang Haoming and the other bosses looked at the little ones and just remembered about the gifts, so they quickly presented them with a smile. Okay, I'll take it.
You guys should go back quickly.
We'll be leaving first.
Yi Xian took a look at these gifts. They were indeed some valuable items, but they were all small gadgets that the little ones liked, such as jade or gold and silver jewelry, so he accepted them. After receiving the gifts, Yi Xian and his group boarded the chartered plane, but Wang Haoming and the bosses were still in no hurry to leave.
They stood below and watched everyone get on the chartered plane. They only left slowly after the cabin door was closed.
Mr. Yi, welcome to choose our flight with your family.
We will serve you wholeheartedly.
After boarding the charter plane, the formally dressed, polite and enthusiastic flight attendants began their service, helping with luggage, adjusting seats, and checking other facilities. Soon, after doing all this, the plane slowly drove from the apron into the track. After the acceleration reached a peak, it took off smoothly, and the Daxia island below began to become smaller and smaller. On the plane, the children and Wang Xinyao continued to look at the scenery outside the window and began to imagine their itinerary after arriving in the west. At the beginning of takeoff, the plane was shaking quite a bit. After it became a little more stable, Longshi took a warrant and came to Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, this requires your signature." "Good." Yi Xian nodded, took the warrant, and took out a pen he carried with him, ready to sign the warrant.
"Dad, this pen is so exquisite."
The children were originally looking out the window, but when they saw Yi Xian take out a pen, all their attention was immediately focused on Yi Xian's pen. This fountain pen is forged entirely from platinum and has some patterns on it, but they are not carved or printed. Instead, they are inlaid with small diamonds of different colors. If there were professional pen collectors and manufacturers present, they would definitely be shocked by the pen in Yi Xian's hand and would bow down in worship.
But in the eyes of the little ones, it is just beautiful and exquisite. Its value and collection significance are not something they would consider. "Come on, how about seeing Dad's autograph?"
Seeing that the children around him were very interested in the pen, Yi Xian simply moved closer and signed his name on the warrant in front of the little ones. Swish! Yi Xian wrote his name smoothly in the signature area. Yi Xian's signature is in running script, which has a neat format but is also relatively free, with more variations and quite the charm of calligraphy. Looking at Yi Xian's signature again, it is even more vigorous and smooth, and with just a casual stroke of his hand, accompanied by the scent of ink from the pen, it makes people feel relaxed and happy, as if they are witnessing the birth of art.
Dad's signature is so beautiful. Wow!
It turns out that Dad is not only good at calligraphy, but also at fountain pen calligraphy. It's really beautiful, even better than the designs on those business cards. Looking at Yi Xian's signature, the children couldn't help but burst into exclamations, with admiration flashing in their eyes.
"Dad, my signature is so ugly, can you teach me?"
Yi Xi looked at Yi Xian eagerly, wanting Yi Xian to teach her how to write a good signature, because the name she wrote on her homework book did not look very nice.
"Okay, Xiaoxi, you try it first."
Yi Xian smiled and handed the signed warrant to Longshi, and asked the flight attendant to bring some white paper.
"Write one first, and let Dad see how you write it."
Yi Xian opened the folding table in front of the seat, spread out a piece of white paper, and handed Yi Xi his pen.
"Good."
Yi Xi nodded, and her tender little hands felt a little awkward holding Yi Xian's pen.
After some laborious operations, Yi Xi finally left a crooked name on the paper. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't even recognize what the words were. "Xiaoxi, look at Daddy now."
Yi Xian took the pen lovingly, and rewrote the signature next to Yi Xi's own signature, writing it all in one smooth stroke, and quickly finished everything.
"How about it, do you like this?" "I love it so much, Daddy is so awesome."
Yi Xi looked at her own name. She never thought that her name written on paper could look so beautiful. The words Yi Xian wrote just now not only have the outline of the pen strokes and the rich charm, but also with some other detailed designs. There is also a hint of aura that belongs only to the little girl.
"This is so beautiful. Dad, I want to learn this too."
"If I learn this, I will definitely love writing." Several other girls also came over, and when they saw the signature Yi Xian designed for Yi Xi, they all thought it was very beautiful and started clamoring to learn it.
Chapter 296, Yi Xian's Manor. "Okay, then Dad will teach you."
Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then began to tell the little one some tips on writing.
"Now, Dad will tell you some basic things.
First of all, you should know that the most important thing about writing is the posture of holding the pen.
This is a crucial thing. As for the other things, writing actually requires the use of both fingers and wrists.
When to use fingers, when to use wrists, and when to use both fingers and wrists, these are all things that need to be learned.
Dad will teach you the most basic pen holding posture first. Once you master this, it will be easy to learn other postures in the future."
After saying some basic things, Yi Xian began to let the children practice the pen holding posture. Sure enough, the children's pen holding postures had some problems to a greater or lesser extent, and all that was left was to correct them.
"Girls, you must remember what Dad said. When you hold a pen, your index finger should be lower than your thumb. Your palm should be empty. Imagine you can put an egg in it. Always keep it like this."
This pen holding posture allows our index finger to have a larger contact area with the pen, so that we can better exert force and move our fingers, while also maintaining a basic stability.
"Dad, we got it."
The children listened carefully from beginning to end and began to adjust their posture. Although they understood what Yi Xian said, they still felt very awkward and a little strenuous.
Ha, Xiaoxi, the way you hold the pen is so weird.
Wang Xinyao was also watching from the side and saw that Yi Shi was holding the pen awkwardly. His index finger and thumb were spread out like they were a flute, with the palm of his hand almost touching the pen. But Mom, I've tried so hard, but I still can't hold it steady. Yi Shi now felt that this way was not right, and that way was not right either. She even almost forgot how she held the pen before.
She didn't know how to describe her mood. Okay, don't worry, let Mom teach you step by step.
Wang Xinyao smiled dotingly, gently rubbed Yi Shi's little face, tenderly lifted the little girl's hand, and began to correct her pen-holding posture.
How about this? Is this much better?
With the help of Wang Xinyao, the effect was immediate. Yi Shi, who originally didn't know how to hold a pen, was now able to achieve a nearly standard pen-holding posture.
Yi Xian was also adjusting the postures of Yi Xia, Yi Zi, and other girls. Not long after, the little ones had mastered the pen-holding posture, and then he began to teach them the strokes. It's just a simple character, but it is undoubtedly the basic thing in calligraphy practice. It can not only train the use of fingers and wrists, but also train the basic pen strokes. Yi Xian first demonstrated it several times in front of the children. When the children saw that it was so simple, they couldn't wait to try it. But although it looked simple, after the children actually tried it, they found that things were not going as planned. Either they couldn't write with the right strokes, or their writing was crooked, like earthworms, which made people laugh out loud. Ha, Sister Jingjing, look at the word you wrote, does it look like an earthworm? Xia Xia, stop making fun of me. Your handwriting is not pretty either. It looks like a caterpillar. Ah. I didn't, my dad just praised my handwriting for being beautiful. Several little guys were very interested in practicing writing, and they all wanted to have handwriting as good as Yi Xian's. At this time, while they were writing their own, they were looking at each other's. The cabin was filled with laughter. After practicing for a while, staring at the white paper for a long time made the little ones feel a little sleepy. After putting away the pens and papers, they lowered the seats, fastened their seatbelts, and had a good sleep. Feeling the occasional bumpy airflow and noise, although the environment was not very good, fortunately the seats on this charter plane were spacious and comfortable, and everyone slept very comfortably. After all, there is still some time to the destination, and it would be difficult to kill time if you don't choose to sleep on the plane, so whether it is the little guys or Yi Xin and Wang Xinyao, they all chose to rest for a while. When everyone woke up from this dark sleep, they all felt as if they were in another world. The plane was slowly lowering its altitude and had already reached the west, ready to land. Yay! We're here! After the little ones woke up and calmed down a little, they realized that they were already falling over the west, so they all leaned against the windows to watch. As the plane got lower and lower, the Western-style buildings, farms and rivers below came into their sight. Amid the children's somewhat incessant noise, the other people on the plane woke up and the plane landed smoothly at the airport. Okay, grab your stuff, we're about to get off the plane. Yi Xian smiled at the children, helped them unbuckle their seatbelts, and then took them off the plane. At this moment, outside the airport, many men in Western-style suits had driven over in luxury cars and started waiting, and everyone's face was filled with solemnity. And when they saw Yi Xian and his group walking out of the airport, these men suddenly tensed up, and hurriedly trotted forward and bowed respectfully. Brother Yi, you are here. Please get in the car, we are all ready. Good. Yi Xian agreed indifferently, and then, surrounded by his men, he led the little guys into the luxury car. Brother Yi, are we going back to the manor directly now? The subordinate driving in front turned his head respectfully and looked at Yi Xian, asking where they should go now. Let's go straight to the manor. Yes. After receiving Yi Xian's order, the man in front stepped on the accelerator. There is little traffic on the western road at this moment, and it is very empty. Most of the time, on this vast road, there are only a few luxury cars carrying Yi Xian and others, and there is no traffic jam. So not long after, everyone arrived at the gate of the manor, but after getting off the car, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. About dozens of meters away from the crowd was an arched entrance like an Arc de Triomphe. A fence was built around it. However, the scene behind the fence made Wang Xinyao and the little ones stunned. Chapter 297, Strange Flowers and Plants. In addition to the quaint yet majestic residences and villas that can be seen from afar, behind the iron gate is a spacious garden with neatly trimmed trees and flowers. There is also a river flowing in the middle, and the marble bridge built in the middle is the only way to the other side. The Western-style manor villa was 8 stories high and covered a wide area. It seemed boundless at first glance.
It was green all over, but the spire on top was light gray. This color combined with the green in the garden gives people the feeling of coming to a royal manor. The vast area and terrifying visual impact make people feel their scalp tingling. Behind this brightly lit manor-style villa, there are still many buildings, each of which is so magnificent.
Dad! Isn't this the Imperial Palace? Why are we here? Is this also Dad's home? I think I should go in and take a look. It must be very interesting in here.
Several little guys were dancing with joy at this moment, and they couldn't wait to go in and take a look, although they didn't know where this place was. Wang Xinyao, on the other hand, was completely confused. If it was just a villa in China, it would be fine, but why did she build a manor in a foreign country? Now she has a rough idea in her mind that the owner of this place is probably her husband Yixian.
Come on, let's go in and take a look.
Seeing that the children couldn't wait to go in, Yixian took Wang Xinyao's hand and walked in with the little ones. The crowd walked along the white marble road that led to the gate of the villa in front. It was surrounded by a lush garden with many statues and some exotic flowers and plants.
Dad, it's so beautiful in here. Is this a tourist attraction? The little ones looked at the scenery inside the manor and were curious about everything.
They thought it was a tourist attraction and asked Yixian with a smile.
This isn't a tourist attraction. This is where I lived when I came to the West.
While gazing at the familiar scenery around him and answering the questions of the little ones, Yixian couldn't help but recall his memories of those years.
At that time, there were not many little ones around me. Now it is hard for me to imagine what kind of life that was like. Alas, I haven't been here for many years.
With a wry smile and a sigh, Yixian looked at the cute and lively little guys beside him, and a smile of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Come on, Dad will take you inside to have a look.
Yeah. Shaking his head, Yixian stopped thinking about it and walked into the villa in front with a few little guys. The villa is magnificent and decorated in European style. The first thing that catches your eye is a spacious and magnificent lobby. There are many collection-level famous paintings hanging on the walls on both sides of the front hall, most of which are oil paintings, all of which are paintings by painters who are famous overseas. Any one of them can be sold at a sky-high price at an auction. The chandelier above the front hall is also made entirely of platinum and is inlaid with diamonds and colored gems. It is simply the pinnacle of luxury. Even the floor that everyone was standing on was made of parquet boards made of various precious woods. Floors like this were very expensive in terms of craftsmanship and materials, and also required regular maintenance by a dedicated person. Those kaleidoscope-like patterns, even after the passage of time and years, not only do not look worn out, but are full of luster. Even through the shoes, people can still feel their amazing texture. It was still early, so Yixian took the children and Wang Xinyao for a walk in the manor-style villa, and then went out from the back door to other buildings.
The villa covers a large area and is the largest building in the manor.
It has a kitchen, study, yoga room, massage room, all kinds of basic facilities and additional places.
Even the most ordinary servant's room is always elegant and luxurious.
Behind the villa, there is an independent library, a video hall, a concert hall, a stadium, and an ancient and magnificent garden.
Combining these landscapes and courtyards, every detail is breathtaking.
The more Wang Xinyao and the children walked around, the more shocked they were. This was too luxurious. No matter who it was hard to imagine that a place like this belonged to Yixian alone. After strolling for a while, night gradually fell, and Yixian took the children and Wang Xinyao back to the main villa in the courtyard of the manor to prepare for dinner.
Because of Yixian's return, the entire manor was now brightly lit.
From a distance, it looked like a golden palace, blooming its brightest light on this western land. At the same time, in another manor, the head of a Western family was sitting in the main hall with his eyes closed, resting. In the distance, the stove was burning with fine fragrant wood, making crackling sounds from time to time. The owner of this house is a middle-aged man with neatly trimmed hair and beard.
He is wearing a black suit. Even with his eyes closed, he still gives people a sense of majesty without even being angry. Master! Something bad has happened.
But just when the main hall was quiet and only the sound of burning fragrant wood could be heard, a voice of panic and fear suddenly came from outside.
A family member ran in a panic.
Although he was dressed decently, the cold sweat on his head and the disbelief in his eyes made him look very embarrassed. His hurried steps almost made him stumble and fall to the ground.
He finally arrived in front of the head of the house. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Didn't I tell you to stay calm when encountering things? Don't go out and embarrass me every day.
The head of the family, who was leaning on the luxurious and soft sofa, opened his eyes slightly and looked coldly at the family member who was still breathing heavily in front of him. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, could this be another disaster? He also received a black note a few days ago, and he has repeatedly warned people not to cause trouble at this juncture. If it is just a small trouble, it would be fine, but if something big happens, I am afraid the whole family will suffer together.
Could it be that one of you has caused trouble again?
Thinking of this, the head of the family suddenly opened his eyes wide with anger, stared at this family member with a fierce look, and shouted at him immediately.
Didn't I tell you all?
I told you to behave yourself recently.
Did something really happen? Chapter 298. He is back.
No, there is no master of the family, it's just that person is back. The family member wiped the sweat from his face and took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. However, he didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or fear, as he still stuttered when speaking.
What do you mean you're back?
Speak clearly.
Hearing that nothing was wrong, the owner of the house was relieved.
However, seeing this guy panicking and at a loss, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, who on earth had come back to make this guy like this? Master, it's the owner of that manor who has returned.
What did you say?
The moment he heard this, the owner of the house was suddenly shocked, shivered from head to toe, and froze in place.
That person.
As his heartbeat began to accelerate violently, the head of the house was completely frozen in place, and the bloodbath that took place a few years ago suddenly emerged in his mind. Even now, he still felt an unspeakable fear in his heart. At that time, no matter how big the family or how powerful the force, as long as they disobeyed that person's wishes, they would disappear from this continent overnight. The bloody scenes, like slideshows, kept playing in the owner's mind. He could no longer sit still, so he immediately stood up and walked outside.
Is the information accurate?
As they walked, the head of the family continued to ask for details, and the family members quickly answered.
Accurate.
Our people saw it with their own eyes.
Gather all the family members immediately.
The head of the family groaned for a moment, thinking about the black note he had received before, and was terrified. He walked quickly out, muttering and sighing.
Alas, this time, I'm afraid it won't end well.
At this moment, the heads of other families also received the news that Yi Xian had returned. They were all stunned, shocked by the sudden news of the explosion, and fear spread from the inside out. The manor that had been uninhabited for a long time was lit up, as if a pair of iron hands were strangling their throats, and as long as the other party wanted, they could strangle their necks at any time. At this point, all these family heads felt threatened, so they quickly called their own clansmen over and told them all about these things, exaggerating them, in order to discipline them strictly. After all, the other party has come to the west in person. If you go to cause trouble at this time, you will die. The head of the family walked to the square outside, and the clansmen who received the news gathered together, whispering about this sudden gathering.
What the hell is going on? Why are all the tribesmen here? It's strange.
We haven't gathered together like this for a long time.
Did something happen?
I don't know, but we haven't heard of any disturbances recently?
Shoo!
Stop talking, the master of the family is here. Just as the clan members were discussing, they all noticed that the head of their family was coming over. They immediately stopped the discussion and looked at the head of the family respectfully.
Everyone, please be quiet. I have important news to tell you.
Please be quiet. After the head of the family standing in front of everyone shouted loudly, the sparse voices of the clan members disappeared, and every pair of eyes focused on the head of the family.
Okay, everyone listen to me.
I'm sure you all know that I recently received a black post.
You all know what this thing represents, right?
As the owner of the house spoke, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his face. Now, the one who sent out the blackmail notices to various families has returned.
It's the deserted manor that you all discuss all the time.
I don't care whether you know what happened before or not. I will reiterate to you again that those families that caused trouble before are now buried deep in the land beneath our feet, and their families no longer exist. Right now, I don't want anyone to cause me any more trouble. Everyone should stay within the family and behave themselves. If anyone is caught doing something sneaky, I'm sorry, but I'm not your clan leader, and you're not a member of our clan.
You can only be called a sinner who deserves to be torn apart by all the clan members.
When the patriarch said this, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and he continued speaking word by word.
When that time comes, I don't need anyone to take action. I and the rest of the tribe will personally send you to hell. In the most cruel way possible. Do you understand? No.
The clan members had never seen the family so nervous and serious before.
They nodded heavily and kept this matter in mind. Okay, everyone go back and leave me alone for some peace and quiet.
After repeated orders, the head of the family's eyes showed a trace of fatigue in addition to fear and tension. After the clansmen dispersed, he stood outside the courtyard and paced alone, and began to think carefully about the sudden series of events in his heart. Master, there are messages from several other masters who want to invite you to come over for a chat. At this moment, a young man from the family walked up to the head of the family and reported the news he had received earlier.
The head of the family stopped and looked at the young man in front of him. He understood very well in his heart that now that such a big thing had happened, they must have communicated with each other in advance, which might not be a bad thing. Okay, I know, where is the location?
Nodding, the head of the family asked the young man about the specific location and made up his mind to go there.
Go home to the master, the location is Bird Manor. Okay, just tell me and I'll be there in a minute.
Yes. The young man agreed heavily, and also felt the tense atmosphere in the air at this time, and immediately turned around and left, replying the message to the other party.
Not long after, in Bird Manor, there were also luxury cars everywhere.
The gate that was originally closed was now open, and many luxury cars drove into the manor one after another. These luxury cars are top-notch cars worth millions or tens of millions. The people sitting in each car are the heads of important families in the Western continent.
However, the expressions of these family heads were no longer as relaxed as before.
They sat in the car with frowns on their brows and closed their eyes in deep thought. Their hearts seemed to be covered by a thick layer of clouds, and no one knew what would happen next.
After getting off the car, the family heads did not bother to tidy up their clothes.
The expensive suits seemed to have lost their previous smoothness and texture, and were as messy as their hair.
Chapter 299, Hurry.
And they all walked hurriedly and with nervous looks towards the courtyard gate of Bird Manor. The sky was foggy and the clouds were extremely thick. Although the bird family was much more lively than before, it was even more lifeless. Apart from the messy footsteps and fragmented conversations, the only sound was the rustling of the car rubbing against the ground. At the main gate, the family guards, who were wearing uniforms and carrying weapons, carefully checked every vehicle carrying the heads of each family.
Only after confirming that there were no problems did they let the vehicles in.
At a corner of the manor's wall, the guard team was patrolling in turns to prevent any mistakes. When the family heads arrived at the gate of the courtyard, the bird family's personal guards were on even stricter guard. Although the visitors were all the family heads of various large families and their status was not small, they still needed to undergo a full body search before they could enter the courtyard.
After the family heads entered the courtyard, they entered the meeting room under the guidance of the bird family members.
The conference room is now filled with many family heads, but no one looks relaxed. They all sit in their seats with serious and tense expressions on their faces. The originally luxurious and comfortable chairs do not feel comfortable at all. They were either drinking coffee or resting with their eyes closed. Not everyone had arrived yet and everyone was still waiting. However, except for the occasional creaking sound of the conference room door being pushed open, none of the family heads spoke in this spacious and luxurious conference room.
It was so silent that one could even hear each other's nervous heartbeats.
About 10 minutes later, when the last patriarch who was a little further away came over sweating profusely and sat down on the chair panting, all the people attending the patriarch meeting were finally present. The head of the bird family stood in front of everyone, gently stroking his beard. The seriousness and shock in his eyes were roughly the same as those of every other family head. After looking at everyone for a few times, he finally spoke the first sentence.
Everyone, I think everyone knows why we are gathered here today, right? Indeed. The family heads nodded solemnly, and the atmosphere was very solemn.
Alas, the situation is not good for all of us now.
Since I received the black post, I haven't had a good night's sleep. I believe you are the same, but there is nothing we can do.
The head of the bird family sighed and continued. I called you all here today not for anything else, but to know how you view this matter.
We, the family heads, have a huge responsibility. Any disturbance could affect our entire family. Now I'm giving the time to everyone. Please don't be stingy if you have anything to say.
After all, at this point, everyone's goal is the same, so there's no point in hiding anything. The heads of the families listened to the words of the bird family head and nodded in agreement. The problem at hand was not just for one family, but for everyone. It was like a sharp blade hanging over their heads, pressing them so hard that they could hardly breathe.
Bang, bang, bang.
After the meeting had been going on for a while, the family heads were expressing their opinions, but the door of the meeting room was suddenly knocked. The knocks on the door seemed very urgent, without any courtesy or patience, which made the heads of the household stunned and their eyes turned towards the door.
Strange, who would bother us now? The head of the Bird family squinted his eyes and looked at the door of the conference room. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart and had an ominous premonition. The heavy knock on the door seemed to knock on everyone's sensitive hearts. The family heads looked at each other, and finally turned their eyes to the head of the Bird family.
Ahem.
Come in.
The head of the Bird family was silent for a while before he responded to the person outside the door, and the knocking on the door stopped.
Bang.
Then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and the people who came were none other than a team led by Longya.
Well, am I polite?
Longya smiled coldly, and looked at the stunned head of the Bird family with a playful look.
It's you?
The head of the Bird family took a deep breath and looked at Longshire in disbelief. His expression suddenly changed drastically. Fear and panic surged like a tide and appeared on his distorted face.
It's actually him.
How is this possible? Devil, this is the devil. In an instant, all the family heads recognized Longya, the man who once made them terrified. When they saw him again, their bodies suddenly went limp, and the fear in their hearts spread throughout their bodies. The family heads could no longer sit still, and they all stood up suddenly. Their pupils instantly dilated, and their bodies unconsciously retreated backwards, as if the god of death holding a scythe was walking towards them step by step.
How did you get in?
The head of the Bird family tried hard to calm the fear in his heart, but he still stuttered before asking this question, and he was extremely surprised and doubtful in his heart. I have always been very sensitive about recent events, and the security forces inside the family manor have been exerted to the extreme. Logically speaking, not even a fly should be able to get in.
Yeah. There were guards outside when we got here. How could you get in? What the hell is going on? Did you all fall from the sky?
No. How did you get here with such tight security? The other family heads were also swallowing their saliva frantically and asked their own questions. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. They all knew the guard strength of Bird Manor, and now was a sensitive period. The Bird family had increased the guard strength.
How could these people come in silently? That's how we walked in.
Longya laughed, his expression full of ease and disdain, but his smiling face was filled with cold eyes, which made the head of the family feel like it was having difficulty breathing.
Okay, I won't scare our distinguished family heads anymore.
Don't worry, I'm not looking for you.
Not you?
The family heads murmured to themselves, feeling slightly relieved, but also wondering what was going on.
Yes, it's not me, it's Mr. Yi who wants to have dinner with you.
Longshire grinned, kicked open the door of the conference room, and made an invitation gesture like a gentleman.
Please, all the family heads, don't let Mr. Yi wait anxiously. Chapter 300 Mr. Yi invites you.
After hearing what Longya said, all the family heads finally understood the reason. They were extremely shocked, but they also knew that they had to compromise this time. After all, with such strength, they were able to arrive here silently. Even if they wiped them all out, I'm afraid no one would know about it for a short time.
It's Mr. Yi?
The head of the Bird family took a deep breath and almost didn't come to his senses, and collapsed on the chair behind him. The other family heads also opened their mouths wide, not knowing how to describe their inner surprise. They felt their heartbeats were about to explode. They all just learned that Yi Xian had returned to the manor, but they didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the other party would come to their door, and in such a friendly way.
Let's go now.
Rubbing his temples, the head of the Bird family and all the other family heads lowered their heads and followed Longshire's team out.
All the way from the meeting room to the entrance of the manor, the family heads could no longer see a single person standing.
The guards holding weapons were lying in all directions, motionless on the ground, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive.
Oh my God.
What kind of power is this?
We clearly didn't hear anything, but the guards outside are gone. These are the guards of the Bird family.
They can't be compared with rotten fish and shrimp.
This is too unreasonable.
Upon seeing this, the family heads all gasped and burst into exclamations, their eyelids twitching wildly, feeling deeply terrified at the scene before them. The face of the head of the Bird family was extremely ugly, and his body was shaking violently. In addition to fear, there was also a hint of anger. After all, this was a member of his own family.
Don't worry, they are not dead, they just fainted temporarily.
Hearing the exclamations of the family heads behind him, Long turned his head with a smile and said lightly,
"This is just fainting."
Hearing this, the family heads were extremely surprised. Sometimes, defeating someone without bloodshed is often more terrifying than being annihilated forcefully.
To what extent must one's strength be to be able to resolve all of this so easily?
They couldn't understand, and had no time to understand, so they followed Longshire's team out of the manor. "Masters, please get in the car."
Long smiled and winked at the family heads.
At this time, a row of luxury cars had already parked outside.
The family heads had no way to resist.
After a moment of silence, they all got into the luxury cars.
Just as the family heads got into the car and looked out the window silently and nervously, Yixian's manor was filled with the laughter of the little ones.
At this time, Yixian was playing hide and seek with a few little ones in the villa courtyard. The spacious and luxurious house also became a playground for the little ones.
"Dad, I'm here. You can't find me." Yixia came out of the studio, walked behind Yixian with a smile, and jumped up and down with excitement. "Well, Xia hit it really well."
Turning around and picking up Yixia, Yixian gave her a loving kiss and then put Yixia back on the ground.
"Dad, we want to play more." "Dad, you came to us this time." "Hey! This is so much fun."
The children looked at Yixian excitedly and expressed their desire to play another game.
"Okay, it's time for us to eat, and you little guys, it's time to take a break."
Yixian looked at the time and it was time to eat.
"Good."
The children nodded obediently and followed Yixian to the banquet hall. The moment Yixian pushed open the door of the banquet hall, the children only felt a dazzling light reflected in their eyes.
Their little mouths opened wide and their eyes sparkled with excitement. The first impression this banquet hall gives people is that it is huge.
The chandeliers above and the hanging lamps on the walls on both sides still make the banquet hall brightly lit. The carpet with amazing texture, the red silk satin curtains, and the most eye-catching long table all give people a feeling of grandeur.
"Wow! It's so beautiful in here. Is this really a place to eat? It's so spacious and big. Hey, this is the castle, we are Daddy's little princesses." The little ones could no longer contain their excitement and ran around in the banquet hall, full of curiosity about everything in front of them. These dining utensils are so high-end. After running for a while, the little guys came to the dining table again, stood on tiptoes, and began to observe the neatly arranged tableware on it. On this big dining table, each set of tableware is placed with a golden spoon and a golden fork, which emits a sparkling luster along with the lights above. "Dad, are these all real gold cutlery?" The children looked at the tableware, raised their heads curiously and asked Yixian a question. "Yes, it's true."
Yixian answered lovingly, his eyes looking at the porcelain on the table.
"And these porcelains are from the Victorian royal family. Each set is unique in the world.
It may be difficult to find one that is so well preserved."
"Wow! That's amazing."
When the children heard what Yixian said, their eyes widened. It was not because of its value, but because they thought it was very interesting.
Victoria royal family.
But Wang Xinyao on the side felt shocked and her heartbeat accelerated rapidly. "You know, this thing, just one set is already worth a lot, but every set in front of you is worth a lot, and the state of preservation is even more rare, so the combined value is even more difficult to estimate."
"By the way, Dad, are we going to have dinner in a place this big tonight?"
After looking at the tableware and porcelain for a while, the children lost interest and asked Yixian why he had to eat in such a spacious place tonight.
"Well, that's because we have other guests coming soon, and your uncle Ryuya has already gone to meet them."
"Oh, there are guests." The children nodded, then sat down obediently in their seats, gently rocking their little feet, and waited patiently.
Wang Xinyao also sat next to Yixian.
Although she didn't know what kind of guests Yixian was going to entertain, she was still reminding the little ones to pay attention to etiquette when they were eating later.
"You little ones, remember this, when guests come, we must be polite and remember the table manners your mother taught you." Chapter 301 Guests. "Mom, we know, don't worry." "Okay, then repeat what your mother taught you."
The little ones nodded, counted on their fingers, and repeated it to Wang Xinyao in a baby voice.
"Well, first of all, you have to chew your food slowly and carefully, and not make any strange noises.
When the utensils rub against each other, make sure the noise is as quiet as possible."
"Xinyao, you taught the girls very well."
Yixian was immediately delighted when he saw the cute little girls and gave Wang Xinyao a thumbs up.
"It's okay.
The children are very sensible.
I don't need to explain much. They know most of it." Wang Xinyao smiled with relief.
After all, she didn't need to say much to these little ones. Compared with their peers, they were much more sensible. While everyone was waiting quietly, dishes were brought up by the servants in the manor. After Yi Xian came back this time, the original chefs and servants also came back here after hearing the news. They were familiar with everything here, and all work was carried out in an orderly manner. Each of those chefs is invaluable in the catering industry. Among them are some world-famous chefs who are good at both Western and Chinese cuisine. The dishes they make are impeccable. It smells so good. The children looked at the first dish served, the braised venison. The exquisite presentation and perfect processing, the tender and juicy, golden color of the venison aroused the children's appetite all the time. This smells really good. Wang Xinyao also nodded. This first dish really gave her a bright feeling. She immediately swallowed her saliva. Dad, what is this? Then a dish of pan-fried cod was served. The chopped celery was sprinkled on the cod pieces that were pan-fried in butter. The aroma was rich and tempting. The little ones were almost drooling, but they had no idea what this dish was. This is called pan-fried silver cod. It was a dish that my father loved to eat when he lived here. You guys can try it. Yi Xian explained to the children with a smile, which whetted the children's appetite even more. If even my dad likes it, it must be delicious. Yeah, I must try it later. It smells so good, I want to taste it right now. The dishes in front of them were all delicacies, and the little ones couldn't help shaking their legs. They really wanted to try them first, but thinking that there would be guests coming soon, they finally held back. Honey, who is the guest coming soon? Here, Wang Xinyao waited for a while, feeling somewhat curious about the identity of the guest who would be arriving soon. Yeah, Dad, do we know them? Even the little ones were looking at Yi Xian curiously, guessing various possibilities in their hearts. Ha, it's nothing, just some old friends, or neighbors who lived here at the time. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Yi Xian just smiled slightly and estimated the time. It should be almost time now. At this time, outside the manor, Long Ye also arrived at the gate of the manor with the heads of the families. This is so magnificent. So this is Mr. Ye's manor. From this perspective, our place is simply a slum. It's incredible. It turns out that there is such a luxurious manor that looks like a palace next to us. After these family heads got off the car, the moment they saw the scenery inside the manor, they all exclaimed. Due to some special reasons, although they knew of the existence of this manor, because the owner of the manor was Yi Xian, they did not dare to cross the line, so basically this was the first time they saw the manor with their own eyes. However, they were too busy to be shocked and astonished by the luxury of the manor. Their legs felt somewhat weak and their heads were dizzy. The palpitations had not improved since they got in the car, but had become even worse. Come on, everyone, we should go in. Looking at the timid appearance of these family heads, Long Ye smiled and stretched out his hand, motioning these family heads to go inside. Okay. Hearing Long Ye's voice, the family heads, who were already extremely nervous, trembled all over, but they had no room for resistance and could only walk in obediently. Longshire led these family heads to the entrance of the banquet hall. As the door opened, Yi Xian, Wang Xinyao and others also looked at them. The family heads paused and in an instant they all saw Yi Xian sitting on the main seat. In an instant, those family heads felt their legs become softer, their breathing could not help but accelerate sharply, and even their teeth were chattering. After all, this person was the one who had created great terror among them before. That wave of bloodbath back then caused countless families to disappear and be completely buried in the dust of history. Although they also gained some space and opportunities for development because of this incident, but what about now? Will they be wiped out in the next moment? The man sitting in front of them didn't even need to do anything himself. He only needed a few simple words to make sure that none of them would see the sun tomorrow. Although these people have so-called aristocratic status in the West and are admired and respected by many people, they dare not even raise their heads in front of this person and have no courage to look him in the face. Thinking of this, the family heads hurriedly walked inside and all gathered in front of Yi Xian. They bowed and greeted Yi Xian with their heads down. Their attitude could not be any humbler. If those who usually look up to them saw this scene, they would definitely find it unbelievable, but there was no other way. This was what they had to do now, even if it meant giving up their so-called status as a prominent family. Mr. Yi, when did you come to the West? I'm so glad to see you back. Yes, you should have told us that you were coming so that we could have gone to greet you. Mr. Yi, why did you invite us here? As long as you ask, we will do it no matter what. Looking at the respectful and hunched appearance of these family heads, Yixian chuckled and spoke kindly.
Don't be nervous, I called you all here today. Actually, there is nothing else to do. I just want to have a meal with you all. After all, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Chapter 302, Terrified. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Wang Xinyao, and these are my daughters. Hello, uncles. The children were very polite and immediately greeted the heads of the houses with a smile. Ah. Hello, ladies. It's an honor to meet you. Hello, Mrs. Yi, you look so elegant. Mr. Yi is so lucky. Mrs. Yi and the ladies are so naturally beautiful. It is our blessing to meet you. Upon hearing this, the family heads immediately greeted the little ones and Wang Xinyao respectfully. Their attitude was humble to the extreme. Okay, everyone, take your seats. Since I asked you to come for dinner, just relax a little. Yi Xian smiled and asked the family heads to sit down. Okay, Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, the family heads hurriedly took their seats, but they still couldn't feel relaxed at all. Everyone sat upright, feeling very uneasy, with complicated and fearful feelings in their hearts. Mr. Yi, it's great that you can return to the West. We hope you can forgive us for not being able to greet you. We would like to offer you a toast as a welcome gift for you. The head of the bird family, who was in the lead, stood up first with a wine glass in his hand, and respectfully raised the glass towards Yi Xian from his seat. His tone and expression could be said to be pious and sincere. Mr. Yi, I want to toast you as well. Your coming back makes our little place feel so glorious. Mr. Yi, if you have any questions, just let us know. We will do everything according to your requirements. Then we'll drink first as a sign of respect. Please feel free to do as you please, Mr. Yi. As he spoke, the other family heads also stood up and toasted Yi Xian. Yi Xian agreed indifferently, just sat on the chair, took a sip of his tea, while these family heads drank the liquor in the cup to the bottom, without leaving a drop. Nothing happened here while I was away, right? After these family heads toasted several times with wine and felt a little dizzy, they sat down again, and Yi Xian asked with a smile. Thanks to you, Mr. Toy, when you were away, we were relatively peaceful here. We followed your instructions and did everything above board. Mr. Yi, don't worry. We dare not say anything else. Our families have always been law-abiding and have never done anything out of line. Yes, we promise that we will do the same from now on and follow your instructions. Please rest assured. Hearing Yi Xian's question, the family head's expression suddenly tensed up and they quickly answered humbly, but no one dared to meet Yi Xian's gaze. Their mood, which had been slightly relieved, was now pressed down by another huge rock. Well, that's good, that's good. Yi Xian nodded while picking up food for the children, without even looking at the heads of the families. During this meal, these family heads felt like the days were passing by like years. Every minute and every second was a torture. However, no one dared to say anything. They just restrained their expressions and held their breath, eating mouthful by mouthful. They just sat there, each of the family heads was completely drenched in cold sweat, and they didn't want to stay here any longer, but they could only bite the bullet and smile alone. After all, if they were to vent their anger on this person, none of them would have a good ending. Even if all the people in their family united together, they would be like an egg hitting a stone, a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, we will leave first and won't disturb you anymore. That's right. If you need anything, just let us know. We won't say anything and we'll come right over. Yes, we have all finished eating, so we won't bother you here anymore. After the meal was finally over, the family heads quickly stood up humbly and said goodbye to Yi Xian politely. Why don't you sit for a while longer? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Yi Xian smiled and jokingly tried to keep the family heads. Ah. As long as Mr. Yi is willing, we can stay longer. The family heads looked a little embarrassed, but when they saw Yi Xian say this, they could only smile flatteringly and then agreed immediately. Okay, I won't joke around anymore. It's getting late now, and you should go back and rest. Looking at the complicated expressions of the family heads, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel happy, and then looked at Longshi who was standing aside. Longshi, please make another trip and send these old friends back. Okay, Brother Yi. Long Yi nodded, then stood up and looked at the bosses with a smile. This is really too much trouble for Lord Ryuya. Why don't we go back by ourselves? It's not easy for Lord Ryuya to run around today. When the head of the bird family saw Long Ye's smile, his legs trembled again.
He quickly and respectfully declined, saying that they could just go back by themselves.
It's okay, it's not a big deal. It's not safe to go too late. I'd better take you there.
Longya walked up to the head of the bird family with a smile and patted him on the shoulder.
Well, then I'll trouble you.
The head of the bird family forced a smile and could only agree with Longya with a smile, not daring to say anything else.
Then, a dramatic scene occurred.
Originally, Yixian asked Longshi to see these family heads off, but it turned out that these family heads respectfully greeted Longshi as he walked out. Not to mention the little guys, even Wang Xinyo was stunned.
Wow.
It turns out that they say that uncles in the West are very gentlemanly.
It seems to be true.
Yishi pouted and muttered to herself, feeling very surprised at the politeness of these family heads.
Ha ha ha. Xiaoxi, you are really good at talking.
However, this sentence made Ji Xian, who was standing next to him, burst out laughing, thinking that these little guys were indeed so innocent.
But it's better this way, otherwise if I really ask, I don't know how to answer. Not long after, these family heads were sent to their respective families by a fleet of luxury cars.
But when these family heads arrived home, they almost felt like they were taking their last breath. They suddenly recovered from an extremely tense state and were unable to adapt. Their hearts were still beating in an overloaded state. What's worse, just after stepping into the house and watching the convoy of Longshi and others leave, he felt that the last bit of strength in his body was drained away.
He either collapsed on the spot or passed out.
Among them, the head of the Heber family entered the main hall with the help of family members, but he suddenly bent his waist and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Chapter 303 Dragon Spirit is coming. Master. What's wrong with you?
The family member next to him was also startled, and quickly supported him, yelling at the other family members behind him who were in a panic.
What are you looking at? Call the private doctor here. Hurry up. Need not.
At this moment, the head of the Heber family, who had slowly recovered, took the handkerchief in his pocket and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with difficulty,
No.
There's no need to call a doctor, just help me get back home. Tell everyone else that no matter who is in the family, stay put and don't go out casually.
Otherwise, you will be dealt with seriously. There will be no leeway. Good.
The family members around him could only nod upon seeing this and slowly helped their head of the family back to the room. The other family members behind him were all staring at each other in confusion. No one knew what had happened and why the head of the family had suddenly become like this.
What on earth happened? Wasn't the head of the family fine before? How come he became like this after going out for a while? Yeah, he even vomited blood. This is too serious. This is a bit confusing, but it shouldn't be that serious, right?
Family members all started asking questions, but when they looked around, no one knew what was going on.
I think I know why.
Just when everyone was speculating, one of the young men stood up with a serious expression, and everyone's eyes turned to him in an instant.
Then tell me quickly, what happened? Ah, I heard that too. It seems that the master of the family is like this because he just came out of that manor. Manor? That manor? After hearing this, everyone still didn't react and asked blankly.
It's the manor that the master mentioned before.
What?
After hearing the young man's answer, everyone reacted in an instant, their expressions changed instantly, and they realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, the people living in that manor were not ordinary people. They were the ones who massacred a whole area without even blinking an eye.
I finally understand the master. This is like a trip to the underworld. Oh my God. I didn't expect the head of the family to actually go there. What on earth happened in there? I can't imagine how much psychological pressure the patriarch is under today. Let's all listen to the patriarch and behave ourselves from now on. Everyone was surprised and nodded solemnly.
While feeling sorry for their master, they also secretly made up their minds to follow the master's instructions. Just when all the families were caught off guard and people were in panic, at Yixian's manor, there was still a happy and peaceful atmosphere. After dinner, Yixian was playing games with a few little guys, continuing the previous game of hide and seek. The little ones were all sweating profusely, but they were still having fun. From time to time, their light and lovely laughter like silver bells could be heard in the manor.
Bang, bang, bang. But while they were playing, the little ones heard a knock on the door.
They stopped and looked towards the door in confusion.
Could it be that those uncles have come back to have supper with Dad again? Maybe those uncles think the food here is so delicious. Ah. Doesn't that mean the chefs here will have to work overtime?
The little guys spoke innocently, but they didn't know that if the family heads heard it, they would probably spit out blood.
Let's go knock on the door.
The children didn't bother to continue playing hide and seek at this time, and quickly ran up to open the door.
Uncle, you are here again.
The moment the door opened, a few little guys greeted me with a smile.
What uncle? Am I an uncle?
Long Ling, who was outside the door, suddenly twitched her mouth and looked at the little ones in a daze, wondering how long it has been since they last saw her. Have they even forgotten that she is a sister?
Ah. It's Sister Long Ling.
The little guys smiled awkwardly, but when they saw that the person coming was Long Ling, they danced around and pulled Long Ling in.
Dad. Sister Long Ling is here to play with us.
As they walked in, the children excitedly told Yi Xian the news inside.
Hey master, long time no see. Long Ling also saw Yi Xian inside and waved at him mischievously. Well, come on in.
Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but unexpectedly, the little guys were even more anxious than Long Ling. They excitedly and enthusiastically pulled Long Ling in.
Sister Long Ling. We missed you so much. It's great that you can come.
Well, we've been wanting to play with you for a long time.
Sister Long Ling, we must play for a few more days this time.
Seeing the innocent and lovely looks of the children, Long Ling smiled gently, picked up a handbag she had brought, and spoke to the children lovingly.
Sister misses you too, Nua, this is a gift for you. Sister Long Ling is so nice. Sister Long Ling, I love you. What kind of gift is this? Is it anything fun?
The children were so happy that they hugged Long Ling directly.
After a while of cuddling, they began to share the gifts. Hey, sister has brought you something good this time.
Looking at the children sharing the delicious and fun things, Long Ling smiled and spoke slowly and mysteriously into the children's ears.
What good stuff!
After hearing this, the little ones stopped distributing the gifts and looked at Long Ling.
That's it. Ding ding ding.
Long Ling moved closer to the little guys, then took out a few excellent pearls from her bag and placed them in front of the little guys.
How is it? Doesn't it look good? Is it very big? Sister Long Ling, we just happen to have this too.
Seeing the pearl in Long Ling's hand, the little guys immediately took out several large pearls from their bags, each of which was more than one circle bigger than Long Ling's. Long Ling stared at the pearls in the children's hands, then looked at the thing in her own hand which had become dull in comparison, and suddenly she began to doubt her own life.
Chapter 304 Fully agree. You little guys always give me unexpected surprises. Do you want some?
Long Ling pouted and looked at the pearl in her hand. Compared with the pearls of the little ones, the gap was still a little bit big.
Hee, thank you Sister Long Ling, we like it very much.
The children giggled and accepted the pearls from Long Ling's hand. They knew that Long Ling had brought them from afar. After that, Long Ling started to play games with the little ones in the room. The little ones were very happy because they hadn't seen each other for a while. On the other side, Long Shi sat next to Yi Xian, watching the children playing with Long Ling, and began to think about some things in his heart.
Brother Yi, I have an idea.
I think Long Ling and my sister-in-law are not very good at using guns.
Should we take advantage of our trip to Europe to find a way to train them? In fact, there is a reason why Long Shi thinks this way.
Although Yi Xian and he are always by their side most of the time, they cannot guarantee that they will be there all the time. Although learning these things may not necessarily lead to any high level, at least they can learn some self-protection skills. After all, they are now in the West, where there are live fire training shooting ranges, and professionalism can be guaranteed. However, China has been adopting strict control over this in recent years, and there is no such good place.
Okay, I think this is fine.
Yi Xian nodded, thinking that this was a good thing. He really had not thought so much about it before. When these little ones grow up a little, he will have to let them learn. Now he can only teach by Zhishi and Long Ling first.
Long Ling, Xin Yao, let me tell you something. Are you interested in firearms? Firearms?
Long Ling and Wang Xinyao looked at Yi Xian with some confusion, not knowing what this meant. I mean, I suggest you do some live ammunition training with firearms.
I think it will be of some benefit to you.
Yi Xian explained with a smile, and the two of them listened carefully. Although I hope I can always protect you, there are always times when I am careless.
It is good for you to learn some self-defense skills. Good.
After hearing this, the two of them understood, nodded heavily, and agreed to let Yi Xian go for training.
Okay then, Ryuya and I will take you to training tomorrow.
However, just as Yi Xian was discussing with the two of them, the little guys next to them also became excited and looked at Yi Xian with interest.
Dad, can we go with you too? We like guns too, really, Dad.
And Dad, you also praised us for being smart, so we will definitely do well in school. At this moment, the children were clamoring for Yi Xian to teach them how to shoot.
They thought it was very interesting and simply thought it was fun. Why do you little girls like playing with guns?
Yi Xian felt somewhat helpless when he saw these little guys like this. They just wanted to play, but he couldn't let them touch this thing.
Dad, just take us out to play. We can really do it.
The little guys pouted, came into Yi Xian's arms, and started to act coquettishly.
Okay, even if I want to play, I have to wait until you grow up a little bit.
Yi Xian smiled dotingly, picked up all the little guys and put his hands on their faces.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Daddy will play games with you guys, okay?
Hey!
Okay.
The children nodded happily and immediately shifted their attention to playing games. Playing games in this spacious place was also very much in line with the children's wishes.
Dad, we still want to play hide and seek. Okay, Dad will listen to you.
Yi Xian smiled and nodded, and soon there was laughter in the villa again.
Soon, it was night.
Long Ling rubbed her empty stomach and came to Yi Xian with a silly smile.
Master, I'm hungry. There are snacks on the table and bread in the cupboard.
Yi Xian took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes at Long Ling.
Master. Don't you understand what I mean? I want to eat the midnight snack you made.
Long Ling poked her finger aggrievely, and started to act like the little guys. My dear master, your disciple is hungry, you won't just sit there and watch.
Look, I finally came here, and I've been missing the delicious food you made.
Looking at Long Ling like this, Yi Xian felt both angry and amused, and then he started to laugh.
You're already a grown-up, why are you still acting like those little guys? Dad, are you calling us?
The children who were playing nearby thought that he was calling them, so they also came over and looked at Yi Xian with their big eyes.
I'm talking about your sister Long Ling. She wants to have a midnight snack.
Yi Xian glanced at Long Ling, which made the little guys excited as well. When they heard the word midnight snack, they didn't feel that hungry at first, but now they started to feel greedy.
Dad, just agree to what Long Ling wants. Long Ling hasn't eaten anything Dad made for a long time. Yes, Dad. Sister Long Ling also brought us a lot of gifts. We should thank Sister Long Ling. Dad, look at Sister Long Ling, she's so thin from hunger, you should quickly make something for her to eat.
The children drooled at the corners of their mouths and helped to speak to Long Ling in their baby voices.
For a moment, Yi Xian was at a loss and burst out laughing. You little guys, are you here to help your sister Long Ling, or do you want to eat too? We were discovered by Dad. We are actually a little hungry too.
She said in a low voice with a red face, but she was still thinking about the delicious midnight snack.
Master, now I'm not the only one who has to eat.
Long Ling covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then stuck out her tongue proudly at Yi Xian, thinking that if he didn't help her cook, he would at least help these little guys. Thinking of this, Long Ling also cast admiring glances at the little guys, thinking that it was worth it for her sister to take good care of them at ordinary times, and she still had to look after them at the critical moment. Yi Xia also saw Long Ling's eyes at this time, and then quietly blinked at Long Ling. However, Yi Xian saw all of this, and he had no choice but to agree as he had to take care of Long Ling and the little guys.
Okay, I promise you, but don't forget to exercise. Don't worry, Dad. We have always insisted on punching in.
When the children saw that Yi Xian agreed, happy smiles appeared on their little faces and they agreed to Yi Xian's request immediately.
Chapter 305 Training. Master, I will help you too. Long Ling walked up playfully and followed Yi Xian into the kitchen. She was so excited thinking that she would have a good meal in a while. With Long Ling's help, Yi Xian quickly prepared the midnight snack.
A fragrant smell wafting from the kitchen made the little guys unable to contain their excitement.
Let's have a midnight snack.
After a while, Long Ling came out with a smile on her face, holding 2 plates of delicacies in her hands, and placed them in front of the little guys.
Wow! It smells so good.
The children hurried over, looking at the food on the plates, their saliva flowing uncontrollably, but they also waited patiently for Yi Xian to come out.
After they sat together, they began to taste the food. Master, I think I should ask you to cook for me more often.
It would be a waste if you don't use your cooking skills more often. Long Ling's mouth was filled with food, and in an instant she felt that her whole life was satisfied. She was still mumbling and praising Yixian's superb cooking skills.
It's so delicious. Master, if you enter the catering industry, I don't know how many chefs will be unemployed. You are simply the ultimate bug in this industry. I can't stop your mouth no matter how much you eat.
Yixian ate some slowly and sighed helplessly. This time, it was not just a matter of having another person eating for free.
The key point was that this person was the greediest one.
After eating, the little guys started playing around in the villa again.
They didn't look tired at all, and they even looked energetic. Okay, you little guys, it's time to go to bed.
Yixian walked over helplessly and coaxed the little guys to go to sleep. Just now I was thinking of letting these little guys play for a while after supper to help digest the food, but I didn't expect that they became more and more excited as they played, and they were not sleepy at all.
But Dad, we're not sleepy yet.
The children were still playing, and suddenly Yixian called them to go back to sleep.
They all looked a little reluctant.
It's already very late, be obedient, your mother has already gone to bed, and you are still growing up, so you should get some sleep.
All right.
Seeing Yixian say this, the children had no choice but to agree obediently and went back to their room to sleep. More than 10 minutes later, the children were held by Yixian, their eyes still wide open, not looking tired at all, looking at Yixian aggrievedly.
Dad, we still can't sleep, what should we do? You little idiots, of course you're not sleepy, but it's time for us to adjust to the jet lag, otherwise you'll be very tired the next day.
Oh well. The children were helpless, but they thought that it would be no fun if they didn't have much energy the next day, so they had to close their eyes in Yixian's arms. It took them a little longer than usual to slowly fall asleep. The next day, even though the children slept very late, they were still the first to get up. When they woke up everyone in the villa. After all, in their hearts, there was an important event today. After everyone packed up, they took a car to a nearby professional venue, a well-known live fire shooting range in the area. It is located on a natural grassland in the local suburbs, covering a large area. It has indoor and outdoor shooting ranges, as well as entertainment activities besides training. What really makes this place famous is the high level of the coaches here. In addition to many retired veterans from special forces, there are also some outstanding people in rapid response shooting projects. Secondly, no matter it is the simplest pistol to all kinds of heavy weapons, you can experience them all here. It can be said that this is a paradise for many gun enthusiasts and military fans, and various competitions are often held here on weekdays.
Wow! This is the shooting range. It looks so spacious.
After arriving at the place, the children also became interested. Although they knew they were not the protagonists today, they were still very curious about it all.
You little guys, be good and obedient when you go in.
Looking at the children's excited expressions, Yixian quickly greeted them again. After all, this was not a children's playground, it was still a somewhat dangerous place.
Don't worry, Dad. We will be obedient.
The little guy stuck out his tongue at Yixian and agreed playfully. At the same time, he became even more impatient and urged everyone to hurry in.
Hello, do you have an appointment?
After entering, a burly Western man stood in front of everyone.
He was fully armed with real guns and bullets.
This was also to ensure the most basic safety here.
Here. Longya walked forward calmly and showed the text message of the appointment.
Okay, please go through security first, and then there will be staff to serve you. After taking a look, the man immediately let everyone in and followed them through security check. In addition to going through machines, security checks also require manual inspections to ensure safety here to the greatest extent possible. The little guys were very confused about this and tugged at Yixian's clothes and asked,
Dad, why do we have to be checked before we can go in? Are you afraid that we are carrying weapons?
Of course.
This is also for everyone's safety.
Yixian smiled and nodded, then explained it to the little guys.
After we go in, we will need to register what weapons and ammunition we need. When we shoot, there will be patrolling guards on site to prevent accidents.
Oh, that's how it is. The children nodded in sudden enlightenment. After all, they were abroad and didn't know much about these things.
Now, after Yixian's explanation, they finally understood. However, with Yixian, Longshi and others here, the children didn't worry about their safety at all. They just passed the security check with great anticipation and arrived at the contact venue happily. This is a combined indoor and outdoor training ground. Everyone walks into a separate space.
There are targets at different distances in the indoor venue, which can all be controlled by a computer and can record the trajectory and shooting conditions. The outdoor venue simulates the real environment, with types such as cities and suburbs. In addition to round shapes, there are also many human-shaped targets. There are also several professional coaches in training uniforms around. In addition to teaching, they are also responsible for the security work here. As long as the safety of the rifles in their hands is turned on, they can shoot at any time. There is also a recorder hanging on their chest. Chapter 306 Give up the idea. Sir, do you need a coach? After Yi Xian and others came in with the purchased bullets, several coaches also came over and asked enthusiastically if they needed any teaching services. Thank you, we don't need it. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, and a few others tactfully stood aside. Come on, Long Ling Xinyao, let's get started. Yi Xian weighed the heavy ammunition in his hand, waved to the two men and said, Good. Long Ling was also vague, and smiled as she pulled Wang Xinyao forward, waiting for Yi Xian to teach them. Everyone first chose the indoor shooting range. After all, the targets here are more standard and can accurately record shooting results. Mr. Yi Xian skillfully checked a Glock pistol placed on the platform in front of him, mainly checking its slide and hammer. Then he skillfully took apart the bullets and loaded them in. After quickly loading the chamber, he habitually checked the bullets in the chamber. All of this took him less than 15 seconds. The coaches standing nearby couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Such a speed was something they couldn't achieve even at their peak. Who is this person? He is too strong. But he doesn't look that old, and he looks so fair and tender, he doesn't even look like he was a soldier. It's strange. I've never seen anyone else with such proficiency and speed. After swallowing their saliva, several people couldn't help but exclaimed. Yi Xian's movements just now were so smooth and standard to the extreme, just like a textbook, and the speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the comments of the people here, but began to seriously teach Wang Xinyao and Long Ling how to hold and shoot a gun. Xinyao, Long Ling, first pay attention to the way I hold the gun. Remember to hold the gun with both hands. Even if it's a pistol, it's easy to lose control with one hand when you're not used to the recoil. And as novices, holding the gun with both hands can also increase stability, making your shooting trajectory more stable and improving shooting accuracy. Now pay attention. Before you shoot, you must turn off the safety first. Otherwise, you won't be able to fire. This is also a habit you need to develop. Turning on the safety quickly after shooting can reduce the chances of accidental discharges. Yi Xian held a pistol and explained some basic design knowledge to the two of them. Both of them listened very carefully. After all, when it comes to the critical moment, this can be of some use. If you have a gun in your hand but don't know how to use it in an emergency, it will be too late to regret. Because of this, Wang Xinyao and Long Ling listened very carefully, and Yi Xian also quickly explained the aiming part. Okay, I've almost finished explaining how to aim. You must remember to control your breathing, calm yourself down, use the crosshairs to aim in a straight line between the 3 points, and gently pull the trigger. After firing the gun, you can also lift the gun upwards a little bit, which can reduce the impact of the recoil on your arms. We got it. Wang Xinyao and Long Ling nodded. After Yi Xian's detailed explanation, they now understood almost how to shoot. All they had to do was try it themselves. Very good, now you guys take turns trying it. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, placed the pistol on the platform of the shooting window, and asked the two to try it themselves. Long Ling and Wang Xinyao looked at each other, and finally Wang Xinyao went up first, slowly picked up the pistol. Her breathing suddenly became a little rapid, and she felt inexplicably nervous. Xinyao, relax and take a deep breath. Seeing this, Yi Xian reminded her, which made Wang Xinyao react and quickly adjusted her state. Check the chamber, turn off the safety, raise the gun with both hands, adjust your breathing, aim and shoot. Wang Xinyao silently repeated the actions in her mind, raised the gun step by step, and after confirming that she had aimed, she closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! After a gunshot, Wang Xinyao's body moved back 2 steps. Although the recoil was a little difficult for her to adapt to, fortunately she remembered Yi Xian's words and raised the gun after firing, which reduced a lot of the impact of the recoil. Xinyao, that's great. You hit the target with your first shot. Yi Xian looked at a small black hole near the edge of the target in the distance and nodded with a smile. Ah! That's so off. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinyao opened her eyes impatiently, but was somewhat disappointed. She thought to herself that she had clearly aimed at the center just now, so how come she still missed the target? That's enough. It's great that you hit the target with your first shot. Let Long Ling try it too.
Okay, master.
Hearing Yi Xian calling him, Long Ling could no longer wait and walked forward happily, posed in a posture that he thought was very handsome, and pulled the trigger like Wang Xinyao.
Ah! Why didn't I hit the target?
After a gunshot, Long Ling looked at the target in front of him, which had not changed at all, feeling somewhat confused.
Ah, Long Ling, look at the target next to you.
At this time, Yi Xian saw the target next to him that almost hit the center, and couldn't help laughing out loud.
No way. How did I hit the one next to it? Long Ling frowned immediately, not knowing how he had hit the ball wrong. But to some extent, Long Ling's shot was absolutely extraordinary.
After that, the two of them fired several shots in succession. Although the results were poor and they even missed the target several times, they became much more skilled at shooting. The most important thing is that Long Ling and Wang Xinyao were very surprised about the shooting. It was an unimaginable feeling for them, and they also found it quite interesting. After all, they had never fired a gun before.
Dad, can we try it too? It's really fun. I want to learn shooting too. Dad, can we fire one shot? Just one shot.
The little girls watched Wang Xinyao and Long Ling firing left and right and found it very funny.
They immediately looked at Yi Xian pleadingly. Absolutely not.
Yi Xian had no way of spoiling the little ones this time and immediately rejected their request. You are all still young, you can't even reach this shooting window, and the recoil of this gun is very strong, you can't bear it, and you are more likely to get hurt.
Okay, we got it. After listening to Yi Xian's words, the children knew that there was no hope.
They pouted and nodded, giving up the idea of playing with guns.
Chapter 307 Joke.
After Wang Xinyao and Long Ling had trained for a while, Longshire also came up and began to teach them the knowledge and principles of firearms, as well as various shooting techniques. Many of these things cannot be learned outside, but Long Ye taught them to the two of them without reservation. Several coaches nearby also happened to hear some things. Although they knew some of them, there were many more techniques that even they had never seen or heard of. They were even more surprised about the identity of Yi Xian and his group. I've been playing with guns for so many years, but I've never discovered such a technique.
It's horrible. Who on earth are these people?
Their level of professionalism makes me ashamed of myself.
Alas, we have become a background now.
There is nothing for us to do here. The three of them sighed helplessly. In front of Yi Xian and Longshire, they were really not good enough. They were coaches at the shooting range, but they had no presence at all. While Longshire was teaching the two of them, Yi Xian was not idle either. He took a few little guys to take pictures of Wang Xinyao and the others. The photos showed them to be heroic and dashing, and the way they held the guns was even more charming. Mom, look at the photo Dad took of you.
Are you satisfied? The children were very satisfied with the photos.
They walked over to Wang Xinyao and presented them to her.
Well, not bad, it looks good. Wang Xinyao smiled and nodded repeatedly.
She also felt that it was very popular after watching it. After that, the kids couldn't play with guns anymore, but they found other ways to have fun. They posed in various places around the venue, taking pictures of themselves, Wang Xinyao, and Long Ling. Yi Xian saw the scene from the side with a helpless expression on his face. He thought to himself, my goodness, this is a shooting range after all.
These little guys must be treating this as a trip. Master, since you are here today, don't you want to review it?
Long Ling looked at Yi Xian standing there with his hands folded, and walked up to him with a smile, wanting to see what level Yi Xian was at now.
Master, although you are a 5-star dragon general, I feel that you haven't touched a gun for a long time, right? How about showing us your skills? Okay.
Yi Xian smiled, agreed, then took the pistol handed to him by Long Ling and raised it with one hand, but he did not aim at all. The moment he raised his hand, he had already pulled the trigger.
Bang, bang, bang.
Amid a burst of gunfire, flames flashed from the muzzle of the pistol, and an entire magazine was emptied in the blink of an eye.
Master, you don't even aim?
Long Ling asked doubtfully, and then looked at the target in front of him, only to find that the target was covered with 10 rings, and he was immediately stunned. Even Wang Xinyao and the coaches beside her were stunned. It was already difficult to shoot so quickly, but he could still maintain such accuracy.
Is he still a human? Master, you are too discouraging. Long Ling took a deep breath in disbelief.
This was simply challenging her worldview.
Ha, Long Ling, don't be surprised.
Brother Yi's spear skills had already reached perfection before he became a dragon general.
You are just a beginner who can't even hit the target correctly, so stop talking so much.
Long Ling was also helpless. She wanted to refute with a blushing face, but she didn't know what to say.
Ha ha. Sister Long Ling even hit the wrong target. If you let me go up, I will definitely not miss the target. Sister Long Ling is so weak. Mom was caught in the crossfire just now.
The little guys were originally shocked at Yi Xian's accuracy, but when they heard that Long Ling had actually hit the wrong target, they could no longer hold back and started to make fun of Long Ling.
Okay, it's almost time now, it's time for us to go back. Yi Xian took a look at the current time. He had been training for a while. Moreover, the training with weapons and guns could not be too long. Firstly, it had to be gradual. Moreover, if the training was too long, there was a possibility that Wang Xinyao and Long Ling might get injured. We are about to go back.
Before the others could say anything, the little guys seemed a little unhappy and looked at Yi Xian pitifully.
Okay, you little guys are here to visit today, why are you getting excited?
Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He walked up to the children, touched their faces, and said comfortingly,
Don't worry, Daddy promises you that when you grow up a little and can withstand the recoil of this gun, Daddy will bring you to play, okay?
All right. The little guys pouted, although they were still a little unhappy, but they also understood that what Yi Xian said was right, so they had to agree obediently. After everyone went back, Yi Xian changed his clothes and went downstairs. Looking at Long Ling, who was watching TV and eating snacks with the children, he smiled and waved at him. Long Ling, come with me, I have something to tell you.
Okay, master, I'll have a few more chips.
After Long Ling agreed, she quickly stuffed the last few potato chips left in the bag in her hand into her mouth, then trotted upstairs with Yi Xian.
Well.
Yi Xian smiled bitterly inside. Seeing this scene, he began to doubt whether Long Ling had turned these little guys into greedy cats.
Master, what do you want to talk to me about?
Long Ling skipped into Yi Xian's room, like a little girl, and looked at Yi Xian curiously.
You'll know right away.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, and did not directly tell Long Ling what was going on. Instead, he handed his plan to Long Ling and said meaningfully,
With your intelligence, you should be able to tell it at a glance. What? Master? You're so mysterious.
Long Ling took the plan and curled her lips at Yi Xian, but when she really shifted her attention to the plan, she suddenly covered her mouth and her heart began to beat faster. The room was quiet at this time, and Yi Xian just looked at Long Ling with a smile, but Long Ling was completely dumbfounded, his scalp was numbing, his expression was a little distorted, and even the corners of his mouth were twitching uncontrollably. If she hadn't seen every word of the plan with her own eyes, she would never have believed that her master was going to make such a big deal. Many times she calls herself a lunatic, someone who doesn't care about the consequences when playing.
Of course, in the eyes of many people, she, Long Ling, is just a lunatic. Chapter 308 talking about?
But even so, it depends on who you compare yourself with. If you compare yourself with your master, you are just a child playing house, not worth mentioning.
This. Long Ling swallowed and looked at Yi Xian in front of him in surprise. After being stunned for a long while, he asked in a low voice. Master, are you sure? Is this plan serious? Otherwise, you think I'm not doing my job, so I made a plan to scare you.
Yi Xian looked at Long Ling helplessly, then gave Long Ling a few phone numbers and a card.
Did you remember the phone numbers I just gave you? Remember.
Although he didn't know what these phone numbers were, Long Ling had already memorized them clearly thanks to his super memory. At this time, playing with the card that Yi Xian handed to him, Long Ling's expression relaxed a little, but he didn't know what his master meant by this action.
Well, that's great. You now have the leadership of my groups, plus there's almost 1 trillion in this card. That should be enough for you to play with. What?
Upon hearing this, Long Ling almost dropped the card in her hand. She looked at Yi Xian in shock, her mind suddenly in a mess.
Isn't that enough?
Yi Xian asked again with a smile, and waved his hand gently in front of Long Ling.
Enough. Enough. This is too much.
Long Ling finally reacted at this moment, nodded repeatedly, and held the card in his hand even tighter. After discussing for a while, the two walked out of the room. Long Ling was the first to jump out with a crazy smile on his face.
Sister Long Ling, the corners of your mouth are curling up crazily.
When the little guys saw Long Ling coming out, they came over with a smile, looking at Long Ling curiously with their big watery eyes.
Hey, no, I just thought of some happy things.
Long Ling waved her hands, determined not to tell the little guys. She adjusted her mood and sat next to the little guys. Yi Xian also came out of the room afterwards, but just as he came out, Longsher hurriedly walked up to Yi Xian, handed him the phone with a serious expression, and there was a cold light flashing in his eyes.
It can be seen that he was very angry. Brother Yi, you must see this. Good.
Seeing that Longsher's expression was a little strange, Yi Xian also frowned and took the phone that Longsher handed to him.
You don't know until you see it.
When Yi Xian saw the picture and information above, his face suddenly darkened. This was a bounty order, which was a common thing in the underground world. However, the target of this bounty order was not against a person or an organization, but directly aimed at the Qingling potion far away in China. By now, the bounty for this wanted order has reached billions, an unimaginable and terrifying height. At the same time, news has shown that many forces are already ready to move, and everyone's goals are directed towards China. They are all ready to organize forces to go to China in order to obtain this sky-high bounty. After all, with these billions, it is enough to attract many people to go crazy for it, and it is enough to make them do whatever it takes, regardless of life or death. Brother Yi, you have also seen that the bounty is still increasing.
I am afraid those clowns can't sit still anymore. Humph. They are courting death.
Yi Xian's voice was cold, and an invisible anger instantly surrounded the space around Yi Xian, as if the temperature had dropped to zero in an instant. Longya was also shocked when he saw this scene, and his body shuddered unconsciously. After all, since he came back this time, he had never seen Yi Xian so angry. At the same time, in China, Zhang Qingtian and other dragon generals also received the news through the internal information network of the Yanhuan military department. Everyone came to the headquarters of the Yanhuan military department to gather for a meeting. In addition to the dragon generals, including the heads of various branches, people from the 8 major families were also present. Everyone had an ugly look on their faces, with red light in their eyes, and the atmosphere was quite solemn.
Everyone, I don't need to explain what happened.
Now that everyone is here, it's time for us to take action as China's strongest backing and sharpest blade. After everyone arrived, an old man with white hair and 4 golden stars shining on his shoulders stood up. Although he was old, the murderous look in his eyes was enough to make people tremble in their hearts. When talking about this matter, the old man was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath.
Both his expression and tone were filled with murderous aura.
Those guys are still ambitious and have the audacity to repeatedly offend Chinese soil and even offer such a high-priced bounty.
This is undoubtedly a naked provocation. I believe everyone knows what we should do now. What do you think we should do?
The other dragon generals and people from the 8 major families present had firm eyes and shared the same hatred for the enemy. All of them were completely enraged and burst into a fierce roar like a flood or a beast.
Kill them. Protect our Chinese land. That's right.
The old man's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand.
From now on, all divisions will gather their forces and disperse to various borders and checkpoints. Don't even let a fly in. Now it has come to this critical moment.
All of you present here are dragon generals, and the pride of our Yanhuan military department. As well as everyone from our 8 major families, I hope that everyone will move out together to completely crush these guys' evil thoughts before their conspiracy succeeds. We want to let them know that China is not something they can easily mess with, and we are definitely not something they can afford to provoke. Having developed to this day, we are not afraid of any force, and we do not accept any threats. From now on, anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. After the old man's impassioned and passionate speech, everyone present also presented their own answers.
That majestic and terrifying aura was enough to crush any enemy. By the way, should we ask General Yi Long for instructions first?
After that, one of the dragon generals stood up and remembered that General Yi Long was still outside. The matter at hand was of great importance, so they should listen to General Yi Long's opinion.
Well, there will be news about Yi Long.
At this moment, Zhang Qingtian looked at his mobile phone and slammed the table excitedly. He also happened to receive a message from Yi Xian.
What did General Yi Long say? Chapter 309 Opportunity.
The others also turned their eyes to Zhang Qingtian, wanting to know Yi Xian's attitude towards this matter, which would also determine their future path and decision. Look everyone, General Yi Long's meaning is very simple, just a few words. Zhang Qingtian looked at the screen of his mobile phone solemnly, and then projected the information onto the big screen in front of everyone. Destroy all enemies who dare to invade. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Although they did not see Yi Xian or hear his voice, they were refreshed and a surge of blood spread throughout their bodies. After sending the text message and explaining something to Longshi, Yixian walked down. Several little ones were still curiously asking Long Ling at this time. They really couldn't understand Long Ling's expression just now, but Long Ling refused to say anything, which made the children very distressed.
Dad is here.
Just when the girls were at a loss, they saw Yixian coming down. They all got off the sofa and came to Yixian.
Dad. What happened just now? What did you talk to Sister Long about?
Sister Long didn't tell us. Dad, you can't hide it from us.
Dad, just tell us, otherwise we will be in a lot of trouble.
Looking at the anxious looks of the little ones, Yixian just smiled, gently rubbed their hair, and spoke lightly.
It's okay. Dad just discussed some investment experience with Sister Long. Ah. We don't believe it. But the little ones didn't believe Yixian's answer. They pouted and said quietly. Dad is fooling us. Sister Long Ling's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear just now. How could nothing have happened?
Seeing that the little guys all refused to believe it, Yixian was completely speechless. He thought to himself that these little guys were really smart and they couldn't be fooled by such an answer. Yixian rolled his eyes at Long Ling, who was sitting on the sofa and secretly delighted.
He thought to himself, doesn't this guy know how to restrain himself? Can't he control his expression at all? He.
Meeting Yixian's gaze, Long Ling had no choice but to turn away angrily, and began to regret being seen by these little guys.
Okay, forget about that. Dad will play a game with you guys. How about we go to the yard and play Eagle Catches Chicken?
In order to divert the attention of the little ones, Yixian had to suggest taking them to the yard to play games.
Eagle Catches Chicken. Great.
The children's eyes lit up as well. They jumped 3 feet high with excitement and pulled Yixian and Long Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, and trotted out to the yard.
Let's play Eagle and Chicken.
Sister Long Ling is the mother hen, and Dad is the chick.
I won't stand at the back this time. I always get caught at the back.
The children ran all the way with red faces. Before they even got outside, they had already been assigned to teams. Yixian smiled and accompanied the children, his expression doting and gentle, as if what happened just now had never happened. At this time, in the Nordic Sanctuary Mercenary Organization, all the top leaders sat together, looking at the bounty worth billions in their hands with serious expressions.
Okay, everyone, tell us what you think. Should we go this time or not?
The leader looked at the bounty order in his hand for a long time before he broke the silence.
Chief, I think this matter is too risky.
The bounty is indeed very tempting, but China's Yanhuang army is not a pushover. One of the blonde men thought calmly, but still felt that it would be better not to get involved in this muddy water this time. Chief, think about it, from the time the bounty was issued to now, the whole world has probably known about this news. I don't know how many mercenary organizations and assassin organizations are eyeing this Qingling potion, but even though the bounty is high, the risk is still too great.
Everyone knows that the Yanhuang army has been fully strengthened by the Qingling potion. It is even stronger than before.
After all, we are just a mercenary organization and do not have the power to compete with their entire army. If we choose to attack by force, we have no chance of winning.
It is undoubtedly equivalent to going to die.
As for sneaking in, although it is not impossible, the Yanhuang military is definitely on full alert now.
The calm analysis of this senior executive was quite comprehensive. No matter what they did now, they didn't have much chance of winning.
However, looking at the bounty that had been soaring, they felt a little itchy in their hearts.
What do you think?
The leader nodded, knowing that what the higher-up said was correct.
If he wanted to complete the bounty order now, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Chief, I share most of the same opinions as an AR, but I think we can still give it a try.
Another middle-aged executive wearing glasses made a different sound and said with a smile.
China has indeed increased its defense range and strength, but this does not mean that we have no solution at all. On the contrary, in this situation, their internal strength may be empty.
As long as we can infiltrate them, we will be able to do it.
Oh, what method? The leader became interested after hearing that.
He sat up a little straighter and stared at him intently.
Leader, you also know that in the face of this bounty, even a large mercenary organization like our sanctuary would find it difficult to resist, let alone others.
I bet there are many people who are ready to take risks and fight to the death.
We can turn them into stepping stones. My suggestion is to let some people unload their weapons and enter China with legal identities.
We can cooperate with other organizations and let them block our sight. We can try our best to steal the truth without fighting.
After this guy's analysis, even he admired himself. The leader's eyes also lit up, but he quickly raised objections. It's feasible to say that, but the people in the Chinese Yanhuan military are not stupid. The border must be surrounded by heavy sieges, and other checkpoints should also have a considerable guard force, right? Chief, you may have misunderstood what I meant. The senior executive smiled and explained in more detail. What I mean is that the personnel who entered with legal identities, their mission is just to find out the location of the Qingling potion. They just need to gain intelligence and opportunities for us. When the man said this, he changed the subject and his tone became even heavier. The most important thing is that we need to use other people to disrupt their site and give us a chance to evacuate. Chapter 310 Big Event. My idea is that we might as well find a few other organizations to cooperate with, while our people will openly build a plank road to attack Shinsong secretly. I see. The leader nodded. It had to be said that this was the most feasible method at present. Although its implementation required specific decisions, there was nothing wrong with the general idea. I think this is a feasible solution, but whether to go or not, I'll give everyone the choice. Those who agree to take the risk, please raise your hands. The leader took a deep breath and looked at the senior executives sitting around him. I agree. I think we can give it a try. Then I agree. Finally, faced with the huge temptation of billions of bounties, the top executives gritted their teeth and decided to take the risk. Even the person who opposed it at the beginning raised his hand to show his agreement. Okay. Then let's go on this trip. The leader nodded decisively, stood up and looked at the senior executives, his eyes flashing with passion and greed. As long as we succeed, this is a bounty of billions, and it keeps increasing. By then, not only will we be able to live a life without worries about food and clothing, but the power of our organization will also completely dominate the entire Northern Europe. The top executives nodded, knowing clearly the benefits of this matter. Not only would they be able to obtain such a large reward, but they would also undoubtedly become famous throughout Northern Europe and even the world. Not to mention that once the Qingling potion is in their hands, they can offer greater conditions. Then the owner of the bounty order must be strong enough to protect them. At that point, it would be a unilateral benefit, and it is something that is difficult for them to estimate at this stage. Of course, all of this is based on the premise of success. If they fail, they will not only suffer a huge loss, but may even be completely destroyed. At this time, other organizations around the world were also discussing this matter. China was undoubtedly a hot potato for them. While it could bring unlimited benefits, it also lurked crises and dangers. However, in the face of such interests, many people eventually lost their composure, fell into madness, and decided to take risks and come to China no matter what. At this time, the western sky was overcast and the blue sky and the sun were not visible. The wind did not make people feel very cool, and it still felt suffocatingly hot. Those western families also felt that a storm was about to come. No one's heart was at peace, and they always felt that something was brewing and fermenting in the air. In the Bird Manor, Old Man Bird had just finished listening to the report on this matter. His eyelids had not stopped twitching until now, and he murmured something in a low voice. It seems that there will be no peace now. And it's not just Old Man Bird who is worried. The heads of other families are all wondering why this situation has occurred. They all knew that the person who issued the bounty this time should be none other than the owner of the Demon Dragon flag. But no matter how hard they thought about it, they still couldn't figure out why this happened. After all, in their eyes, this was a desperate act. Although the Qingling potion is precious, it should not have reached such a strategic level yet. These family heads are all old foxes, so they naturally smelled something different from this. This incident did not happen before, but after the Tianxia organization was destroyed and the various families received blackmail notices. But even so, they still couldn't understand such behavior, and the bounty that was increasing almost every moment was also challenging their nerves. But no matter who it is, everyone can see clearly now that something big may happen in the future. At this time in China, all the Qingling potions in all cities were urgently sealed and processed. By this time, the population base that had been vaccinated with Qingling potions had reached a peak. Only some slightly remote areas in China had not been fully vaccinated. However, under the current circumstances, it is impossible for them to be comprehensive and continue to popularize the Qingling potion unilaterally. After all, there is no telling when those guys with evil ambitions will attack, and the Qingling potion cannot be allowed to be obtained by them no matter what. Therefore, the military has collected all the Qingling potions and also sent additional forces to protect it. Now the 8 major families plus the elites of the Yanhuan military have gathered together in such a terrifying force. No matter what force or organization wants to attack, they must carefully consider their own strengths and weaknesses. Everyone had already received news about Yi Xian before, and now no one was planning to hold back. No matter who came for the Qingling potion, they would show no mercy and completely eliminate this group of despicable people. Now in various branches of the Yanhuan military, members wearing combat uniforms have been fully armed. The military has also cancelled everyone's vacation and has fully exerted its strength to the extreme. With the help of the Qingling potion and the 8 major families, the strength of the Yanhuan military has now risen by more than one level and reached an unimaginable and terrifying height. It has long been a behemoth that those foreign mercenary organizations cannot face. This time, and for the first time in a long period of peace, the Yanhuan military department has reached a level 1 combat readiness status, which is almost the same as facing a war. Although this is a war that may not be widely known, may not occur in the records of cameras and news, and will not be known to most Chinese residents, it is a war to defend the dignity of China. The strategic position of Qingling potion is so high that no one dares to neglect it. They know very well what will happen if such a thing is spread abroad. It is unimaginably terrible. Once it starts, it will be a situation that they can't control at all. Located in the southwest branch of the Yanhuan military, the captain of the elite team with a resolute face, a strong physique, and wearing a camouflage combat uniform, was looking at the team that had gathered in front of him. Next to the team leader stood a few elite winners, who were now also wearing combat uniforms. During their training in the Yanhuan army, their once unruly arrogance had gradually disappeared, and was replaced by the iron-blooded and murderous aura unique to members of the military. Chapter 311 Breaking In. Dear elites of the Yanhuan military, do you understand the heavy burden you are carrying now? Just now, the man's expression was still calm, but at the moment when he asked the question in a hoarse voice, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body, just like the bloodthirsty sword hidden in the sheath of a swordsman in ancient times suddenly emerged from the world. Clear. The members' voices instantly broke through the sky, and the oppressive feeling brought by the gathering together was like a mountain, and the air around them seemed to be solidified. Set off. The elite captain waved his hand, and the team members' coordinated footsteps instantly drowned out all the sounds in the space. They were like an inseparable whole. Anyone who dared to challenge them would be reduced to a handful of dust. At this moment, not only the southwest branch, but all branches of the Yanhuan military department have already gathered their forces and set out towards their respective assigned locations. Some of them went to the border to take charge of defense and intelligence work, some lurked in the warehouse where the Qingling potion was stored, ready to eliminate those who dared to invade, and some disguised themselves and went to the airport and the checkpoint to monitor any outsiders who might be suspicious. Not long after China completed the control, the mercenary organization Sanctuary from Northern Europe had already hidden in an uninhabited area on the border of China, and was discussing countermeasures in a dilapidated hunter's hut. In the cabin, a group of mercenaries armed to the teeth were gathered around an old wooden table in the middle of the house, observing the map with the help of tactical spotlights in their hands, discussing route strategies, and at the same time, they were in contact with their companions who had sneaked in earlier. Damn it! I can't even contact any of them. These guys are really unreliable. After making several calls via radio, one of the young men wearing a beret smashed the radio equipment hard, and all the insiders they had infiltrated previously lost contact without exception. Well, don't worry, keep trying to contact us. They may not have found a suitable place to contact us yet. Although the bearded captain who was in the lead was a little nervous, he was still much calmer than the others. After ordering the young man to continue contacting, he continued to give commands on the map with his big hands wearing tactical gloves. You see, we are now in an uninhabited area. As long as we can successfully cross to the border town, we can reach one of the distribution points of the Qingling potion. This is a remote city in China, and the defense force that can be used in a short period of time is definitely not as strong as other places. As the bearded man was speaking, he thought of the other mercenary teams on the left and right wings of their team, and a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "When we get the intelligence, we will immediately inform our companions." Of course, I don't need to say anything more about whether the coordinates we give them are right or wrong. Once these cannon fodders have attracted the enemy's defenses, we can take advantage of the situation and easily get the potion, then immediately withdraw from China. Our plane is in place now. As long as everything goes according to plan, we will be the biggest winners this time. The bearded man became more and more excited as he spoke, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This was not fear, but excitement to the extreme. As long as he could lead the team to successfully obtain the Qingling potion, after completing this task, he could retire. Luxury houses and luxury cars, those things that you can easily get when the time comes, are not worth mentioning at all. Captain, this move is really great. I wonder if those stupid allies will be so lucky. The Chinese side certainly didn't expect that the two teams were just a cover. It won't be long before we can march straight in and seize the Qingling potion. No matter what, I have to try the power of this Qingling potion first to see what kind of magic this potion that drives the whole world crazy has. At this point, the other members of the mercenary team also became excited, thinking that when they broke into the place where the Qingling potion was stored, they must get themselves one first. Connected. At this moment, the young man just now, after countless attempts, finally got through to the radio of one of the members who had infiltrated in advance, and shouted a few words excitedly. That's great. At this moment, all the other team members, including the bearded captain, were startled and looked at the young man in surprise and joy. Mason, have you found the warehouse? We are ready now. Once we get the specific coordinates, we can act at any time. Don't worry, we have found your location. My dear foreign friends. However, after the call was connected, the voice coming from the other end was not the voice of their organization members, but the playful voice of a Chinese man. On the other side, a winning young man stepped on the neck of an intelligence officer of the Sanctuary Mercenary Organization and spoke playfully into the radio microphone in his hand. The guy was still struggling at this time, but in front of such absolute power, even if he used up all his strength, it was still useless. You all should know that we Chinese love hospitality, especially for uninvited guests like you. We will definitely treat you well. At this point, the young winner burst out with a surge of vigor and the microphone grinned coldly. Congratulations! You are about to meet your greatest god. Remember to say hello to him for me. After that, the young winner didn't care about the other party's reaction. He cut off the radio and stepped on the intelligence officer's feet with sudden force. The intelligence officer, whose face had already turned purple and whose eyes were bulging to the point of almost collapsing, also felt the other party's behavior, but he had long lost the strength to struggle. With a sound of crack, the guy's neck was broken, and the pain before death ended completely. Blood slowly seeped out from the corners of his mouth, and his terrified expression still showed his attachment to this world. In the hunter's cabin, everyone heard the voice coming from the radio, and their bodies suddenly became stiff, their backs suddenly felt cold, and cold sweat instantly covered their entire bodies. Oh no, they are coming. During the silence, the bearded man reacted quickly and suddenly let out a roar. However, before anyone else could react, the elite members of the Yanhuang military who had been lurking and prepared nearby broke in together. Chapter 312 Not worth mentioning. Day. This elite team was led by the winner. After quickly breaking into the room, they raised their rifles and spit out fire snakes at the group of mercenaries. The sound of the large caliber rifle piercing through muscle and bone, accompanied by bursts of screams in the house, was like the arrival of the god of death, reaping the lives of these mercenaries. The hunter's hut, which was originally small, was instantly filled with minced meat and broken limbs. The bearded man was the first to react. He instinctively hid behind his companions and rolled to the corner of the room. He was gasping for breath, his adrenaline rushing rapidly. If he had been slower by a second, he would have been dead. Several other people also reacted. After all, they had rich combat experience. They found shelter and started to fight back at the Yanhuang army and the winners with their rifles in hand. Still want to resist? One of the elite winners chuckled, and his body speed was as fast as a ghost. Taking advantage of the few seconds when the opponent changed the magazine, he came to the opponent's hiding place in an instant with a saber in his hand. Oh my god, how is this possible? The guy looked in disbelief at the winner elite in front of him who was smiling at him like a devil. His pupils suddenly contracted and the magazine in his hand fell to the ground. Puff! However, before he could leave a last word, after a flash of silver light, a shallow blood mark appeared on the guy's neck, but the next second, blood gushed out as if it was risking its life. I don't want to die. The guy hurriedly covered his neck, but he felt that his vision became darker and darker. After twitching a few times, he became deader than dead. What kind of power is this? The bearded man who was hiding behind and watching was trembling all over. He had thought about the opponent's strength, but this was really too ridiculous. After all, they were the most elite team in the Nordic Sanctuary Mercenary Organization, but they were defeated effortlessly by the opponent and had no power to resist at all. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how the other party found them, and even surrounded the cabin, but no one noticed them. As the gunshots in the house gradually subsided, the other resistors were all wiped out in a pool of blood. The tactical boots of the winners and the Yanhuang military members clattered on the wooden boards, which were still stained with undried blood, causing the bearded man's psychological defenses to completely collapse. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. The bearded man, as the captain of this mission team, has completely lost the will to resist after witnessing the tragic deaths of other team members. Soon, the winners and the elite squad of the Yanhuang army surrounded the bearded man, but this guy didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone raise his gun to resist. Kill. The middle-aged man who was the winner in the lead looked at this guy coldly, with red light flashing in his eyes, and waved to the members of the Yanhuang army beside him. This time, they don't need to take any prisoners, and they don't need these guys to be tried by law or other conventions. They just need to eliminate them all. Bang! After a dull gunshot, the wooden house fell into complete silence. This well-trained and well-planned sanctuary mercenary organization completely disappeared in this uninhabited area on the border within less than 2 minutes after the battle began. At the same time, in various parts of China, many mercenary organizations were violently wiped out by the Yanhuang military and the 8 major families. Under such a huge disparity in power, they had no power to resist. Sure enough, these guys really come when they say they will. At an observation point high up in the mountains on the northwestern border, a member of the Yanhuang military who had integrated himself into the environment and become one with his surroundings was startled when he saw a team of mercenaries preparing to sneak into China.
Captain, we have discovered the enemy.
About 500 meters outside the border, a team of armed mercenaries are preparing to sneak in.
Got it. Keep hiding and let them in.
Yes. After ending the call, the military members continued to observe these guys' every move. Now the strategy adopted by all of them is not simply defense to prevent these guys from coming in. However, when these mercenaries came in unimpeded, they would all, without exception, step into the graves dug for them by the Yanhuang military and the 8 major families while still feeling lucky. At this moment overseas, the Sanctuary Mercenary Organization and other mercenary organizations are all waiting nervously, hoping to get the good news they have been waiting for, but this is often counterproductive. But after waiting for a while, the top leaders in each organization gradually felt that something was wrong. They had lost contact with the teams they had sent out for a long time, and they knew that it was all over. Sure enough, although China has now gathered a defensive force like a steel city, their strength is still too weak. In the meeting room of the Holy Land Mercenary Organization, the senior executives and leaders all looked a little solemn. The most elite team they had sent out before could no longer be contacted. In this way, they also realized that the teams of allies they had called in earlier had the same fate as them.
Damn it! How could they be eliminated so quickly?
A senior executive cursed with a haggard look on his face, while the faces of the others were not very good either, and they all looked at the leader who was closing his eyes in deep thought.
Chief, what should we do now?
Should we just quit?
The water is too deep. Alas, China's current reaction is far beyond our expectations.
The leader listened to the voices of the crowd, his expression inevitably became a little irritated, and he opened his eyes after a long time, but his pupils were still filled with madness and passion.
Now that it has come to this, do we have any choice? Send out the other prepared teams right away. I really don't believe this. This is just a small spirit clearing potion. We must get it.
Under the huge reward, the leader was really overwhelmed and decided to continue sending people to China. Although they have now lost one of their most elite teams, this is nothing compared to the benefits of the bounty.
As long as they can succeed, all this will be worth it.
Now that it has come to this, they can no longer think too much.
Chapter 313, Heart Titans.
Okay. Since the leader said so, I have no objection.
I'll send someone back right away. Right. We can't give up easily. Other organizations must be coming to reinforce us. If we give up now, wouldn't that be letting them off easy? What the hell? At worst, we can just give it a try. I really don't believe it.
Seeing their leader act like this, the senior officials stopped thinking about it and were all overwhelmed by the reward. They immediately stood on the same front. However, at this moment, a subordinate came in a panic, looked at the senior executives and leaders in the room with a horrified expression, and said tremblingly, "Chief, senior officials, something terrible has happened. We said we would report back later, but now there are warships arriving in the surrounding waters.
I don't know what they are doing." Ha ha ha, why are you panicking? Isn't this a common occurrence here?
When one of the senior executives heard this, he laughed out loud and spoke to his subordinate with confidence.
I've told you to stay calm.
Why are you so flustered? This must be just another force around us.
We usually get along peacefully.
What are you afraid of?
Other senior executives also nodded and did not take the matter seriously.
After all, it was not a particularly strange thing in their place.
Okay, don't worry, it's nothing. Don't worry about this now.
We haven't finished our main task yet.
We don't need to pay attention to these things. If you have nothing else to do, please get out. We still have some business to discuss.
That's okay. When the subordinate saw that the leader and the higher-ups all looked nonchalant, he felt relieved and immediately prepared to turn around and leave. But the next moment, powerful missiles fell on these guys' heads and bombarded the conference room directly.
There are missiles. There are enemies.
The guard outside felt a sense of uneasiness, and when he looked up, he found that the missile was about to fall. His body collapsed in an instant and he let out a final roar of fear.
What?
The senior executives and leaders in the conference room also felt their brains buzzing, but before they could react, the missile exploded directly above their heads.
Bang!
The people around only saw small mushroom clouds rising. At that moment, the senior leaders and the chiefs were completely reduced to dust in the explosion. They luckily ended their lives without even feeling any pain.
However, this is not the end.
While these missiles were still bombarding, a heavy armed helicopter arrived above the heads of the Sanctuary Mercenary Organization and fired bullets at the sky at high speed. Except for those members of the organization who were overwhelmed by missiles, many other members did not have time to react and were smashed into a pool of minced meat by the bullets. Immediately afterwards, one after another figures jumped down from the helicopter, which was about 20 meters high. After landing steadily on the ground, they quickly separated with weapons in their hands and dealt with the remaining enemies. Those poor guys hadn't even picked up their weapons before they were brutally killed by the team sent by the helicopter. They had no room for resistance. These people had advanced weapons, quick movements, and extremely accurate shooting skills. In less than a quarter of an hour, they completely wiped out the famous Sanctuary Mercenary Organization in Northern Europe. After the organization was completely wiped out, this well-trained team got on the helicopter in an orderly manner, as if they had never been here, and disappeared into the vast sky. In this organization that has now been reduced to ruins, there are only bullet shells on the ground, thick smoke in the air, and those members of the organization who died tragically. And this is just the elimination of one of the teams of these organizations, and similar scenes are being played out in various parts of the world. After these organizations were closed, Long quickly sent people out to take over the industries left behind by these organizations, and also arranged for personnel to transfer the funds left behind by the organizations. Not long after, this news was spread, and the whole world was shaken by the news of the destruction of various organizations. All the organizations that were ready to take action were shocked when they received the news. Some that had not yet sent out their teams breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts pounding as they felt a sense of fear. As for those teams that were already on the road, they were almost about to explode. They had to quickly notify these teams to turn back, while looking up at the sky with anxiety. Originally, all of them were hoping for a lucky break, thinking that they might have a chance to grab the Qingling potion and get the bounty reward. But now, they were all panicked, and suddenly woke up from a big dream. They finally saw clearly with trembling bodies that what they were provoking was a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws. The giant dragon could tear them apart at any time, but these so-called organizations couldn't hurt the other party at all.
Is this China's backup plan? Oh my god, this is so efficient. How can we play with this? So this is the true strength of China. It seems that we have always underestimated them.
People who learned the news were all in a state of panic. These pieces of heavy news were like bombs hanging over their heads, eroding their nerves all the time. While they were surprised by these things, they were also glad that they were still alive, because all the organizations that sent people to China, whether they were the people sent out or the people stationed in the organization, all became the dust of history. Now, quickly convene a high-level meeting.
I don't care what they are doing now. I want everyone to be in the meeting room within 10 minutes.
After learning the news, the leader of a large mercenary organization was silent for a long time before he recovered from the shock and immediately convened a high-level meeting. Soon, in the conference room of the organization, the top executives were sitting nervously in their chairs, watching the massacre scene on the big screen.
What do you think about this thing? The leader took a deep breath and looked at the senior executives and asked.
Chief.
Fortunately, we didn't send anyone there, otherwise this time.
I have never seen such a method in my life.
It seems that China's current strength has already exceeded our imagination. We absolutely cannot touch it.
Just as the senior executives were sighing, their attention was attracted by a subordinate who walked into the meeting room in a hurry. Looking at his panicked expression, their hearts tightened.
Chapter 3:14 Fear.
Report. The Blood Wolf mercenary organization has just been completely destroyed by an unknown team, and the other side didn't lose a single soldier. Report. No one from the Aston mercenary organization survived 10 minutes ago. Report. But since the first subordinate came in, people kept coming in to report, all of which were news of the destruction of various organizations. Faced with this scene, the senior executives and leaders present were completely stunned.
Their minds went blank and the corners of their mouths kept twitching.
They were extremely horrified by what was happening before their eyes.
Stop talking. We won't get involved in this mess anymore. We won't accept any missions related to China in the future.
The leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he announced on the spot that he would give up any business related to China in the future.
No matter how big the reward was this time, they would not participate.
When the other senior leaders heard the leader say this, they all nodded in agreement. They already knew the horror of China in their hearts. Now, let alone accepting the mission, just mentioning this land would make them feel the fear from the deepest part of their souls. At this time, various families far away in the west also reported this matter. In the Bird Manor, Old Man Bird was pacing in the main hall. He had just received news that countless mercenary organizations were sending troops to China, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart.
Master, something bad has happened. Something big has happened.
Just at this moment, a family member came in hurriedly, with a look of fear on his face, and even his voice was trembling.
What's wrong? Tell me now.
When the head of the Bird family saw the panic-stricken look on the family members' faces, his heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something really big might have happened. We just received news that all the mercenary organizations that sent teams to China were forcefully wiped out without exception. What's even more terrifying is that the headquarters of those organizations also came under heavy fire from mysterious teams. All those who sent out the teams were killed.
Afterwards, almost at the same time, the funds and industries of those organizations were all transferred away. These things are now happening all over the world.
The more he spoke, the uglier the family member's expression became. He swallowed and continued speaking with difficulty. Master, now even the largest mercenary organization in Northern Europe, the Sanctuary, as well as the Hell Demon and Allen mercenary organizations, have been wiped out. They have no ability to resist at all.
After hearing the news, the head of the Bird family fell silent suddenly.
His whole body seemed to be surrounded by a ball of flames of fear. His head felt dizzy and he trembled as he recalled the bloody storm that had enveloped the entire West before. That time, these things only appeared in the West, but I didn't expect that this time it would affect the entire world. Slumped in a chair, the head of the Bird family took a long time to recover. He was glad that he and others had received the black note from that person and did not get caught up in this storm. Otherwise, the consequences would be something that the whole family could not afford.
These people are simply crazy.
How dare they dare to offend this person? Looking at those mercenary organizations that have disappeared forever, the head of the Bird family sighed and found it funny. Compared to provoking this guy, he would rather go to hell.
He didn't know where these people got the courage from.
Okay, don't keep these things secret. Tell the other people in the family about it and let them know what it means to learn from past mistakes.
Yes. The family members below nodded heavily, and then quickly informed the entire family of what was happening. Oh my God. They were all killed. All dead. What kind of power is this? It's too strong. Now I finally understand why the old man repeatedly told us not to cause trouble. Alas, if our family gets involved, we will be doomed too. After learning about these things, the family members were also shocked. Those forces that were in a stalemate with them, and even some organizations that were far more powerful than them, were destroyed. If these things happened to them, how could they resist?
In the past, some of the younger generations didn't quite understand the old man's approach and even said some nonsense. They always had a disdainful attitude towards these things. But now when they saw the news, they had to understand why this happened.
They knew that what the old man did was absolutely right. He was absolutely right.
Meanwhile in China, things that were happening in the outside world were gradually becoming clearer.
There is no way.
The area affected by this incident is too wide.
It is only a matter of time. It is impossible to conceal the news.
After learning about the massacre happening outside, the people of China were also stunned.
Seeing the news and bloody photos, they couldn't help but feel trembling in their hearts. This is really too cruel.
This massacre has triggered a tug of war across the world. However, those organizations have no ability to resist at all, just like a paper tiger. But these are powerful mercenary organizations after all.
Some of the best among them can even dominate some areas. They are also very powerful.
But this time, they were all sent to hell without exception and were completely submerged in history. Zhang Qingtian and others also knew that Brother Yi had the same temper as before. The last time they saw Brother Yi, he smiled a lot more because of the little guys, and they subconsciously thought that he had changed his temper. Now looking at it this way, his attitude towards those villains who harm China will never change.
Brother Yi is still Brother Yi. Zhang Qingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Even though he had seen many big scenes and could be considered a veteran, this was the first time he had seen a scene like this. It seems that Brother Yi has never changed. He is still the god of war who, with only a sword and a red flag, could drive away the enemy hundreds of miles away and slaughter one side. His heart is warm, and that is for the people around him, for the people he should protect. But when he faced those enemies, his heart was like the black ice that would not melt even in the fire. He would only mercifully bestow destruction on them, so that they would cut off all thoughts of China from then on.
General Jiang Long, what should we do now? Chapter 315 An Incredible Place.
A schoolmaster named Long next to him looked at Zhang Qingtian.
He felt a little unprepared for what was happening at the moment and didn't know what to do now. What should we do? Our mission now is to clean up the tragedy.
We don't need to think about other things for the time being. Touching his chin, Zhang Qingtian understood very well that after what had happened, even if those guys were very brave, they would never set foot on Chinese territory again.
But even so, the various branches of the Yanhuan military are still holding their posts.
After all, this matter may not be over yet. They cannot be blindly optimistic, but must always be vigilant to ensure the safety of the Qingling potion. In the vast territory of China, people in the mainland are still living and working in peace and contentment as usual.
No one expected that so many things would happen outside.
The daytime in China is still daytime, with heavy traffic, people working and studying, while the elderly are leisurely strolling in the park. At night, the food stalls are still filled with the clinking of beer and the aroma of barbecue.
Some people are taking a rest, while others are enjoying the nightlife and the cool evening breeze.
Even later, the whole world seems to have fallen silent and entered a peaceful dream.
They don't know about these things and don't need to worry about them.
Everyone is continuing with their own lives, and the sun will still rise as usual tomorrow. Even the military members and some high-ranking officials who knew about these things knew that these things should not be revealed to the general public. First, it would easily cause panic, and second, they were afraid of violating confidentiality regulations. But at the same time, in various border areas of China, members of the Yanhuan military are still taking turns on duty. Even though no mercenary organizations dare to enter the country anymore, they still don't slack off. It's not because of anything else, but because behind them is China and all the people they are protecting, so they do not choose comfort, but use their strong backs to resist the jackals, tigers, and leopards from outside. At the same time, in another manner, it was also eerily quiet.
There is a hidden corner behind the manor. If there is no insider to lead the way, even if people come to this place, I am afraid that few people will notice it.
From the outside, it looks like just a small hut in the garden where farm tools are stored. However, underneath it is connected to a huge underground research institute that occupies almost the entire underground area of the manor. It is made entirely of alloy polymer materials and is strong enough to even withstand large earthquakes. In a brightly lit hall on the top floor of the research institute, a man was standing there, gently shaking a red wine glass in his hand. The red wine in the glass was like the brightest blood, even stronger than the blood that flowed like rivers in those bloodbath mercenary organizations. It was so strong that it made people addicted, and it flashed with enchanting light along with the lights. The man had a stern face, holding a red wine glass in his fair and warm hands, and his posture looked elegant and dignified. Such a noble temperament would make even those self-proclaimed aristocrats in the West feel ashamed. There was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After standing for a while, he returned to a silk and gold chair in the center, squinted his eyes and began to rest.
Flag Master, there is something here that I think you need to see. Just at this moment, a young man in a white suit came over with a stack of information in his hand.
The young man had a look of mixed respect and fear towards the man in front of him. Even when he handed over the information, he bent down and did not dare to look the man in the eye. "Let me see." The man opened his eyes calmly, took the information slowly, and after taking a quick look at it, he even smiled, as if he was disdainful of what he saw, with a hint of strong sarcasm. "These idiots are only fit to be my pawns." The voice, which was full of magnetism and arrogance, was neither too loud nor too soft, but it made everyone who heard it open their mouths wide and look at the man in front of them in disbelief. They all had a general idea about the information contained in the document, but they all felt their scalps tingling. With such a thing happening right before their eyes, no one would be able to remain calm. However, after seeing all this, their flag leader was not surprised at all. It was as if he felt that this was something that was expected. His level of calmness and composure was simply terrifying. "Master, why do we let them do this? It doesn't seem to do us any good, right?" Several people were a little confused. After hesitating for a few seconds, the young man in the white suit asked the man in confusion, "Do you know what it means to let a tiger take a nap?" The man had a playful smile on his face, shaking the red wine glass and taking a sip. "Tiger? Are you talking about Xian, master?" "That's right." The man smiled and nodded, with a confident light flashing in his eyes. Even when facing such terrifying power as Xian, his expression did not show any sign of emotion. The young man took a deep breath and seemed to understand something, but he still felt a blur in front of his eyes, as if he was covered by a thick fog. He could only see a little outline, and he could no longer see the rest. "Why is that?" "Flag master, I don't quite understand. After we did this, Xian didn't seem to be taking a nap anymore, right?" Hearing the young man's question, the man did not choose to answer this time. Instead, he stood up, looked at the young man, and said calmly, "Come with me." "Yes." The young man nodded, then followed the man, and the others did the same. The man walked to a bookshelf next to the hall, casually pulled out an old and heavy ancient book, and gently pressed a button on the back. With a click, a secret door opened behind the bookshelf, connecting to a small elevator. "Come in." After the man put the book back in his hand, he walked in first. The young man nodded and followed the others in quickly. After entering the elevator, there was an additional control center in place of the original floor buttons, with green wavy stripes flashing on it. The man walked forward and let the green wavy stripes scan his eyes, and the elevator began to run automatically. The young man next to him swallowed his saliva, thinking that he had followed the flagmaster for so long, but he never knew there was a secret door here, and what was underneath it. The other followers were also a little nervous. Judging from the calmness of the flag owner just now, they might think that the place below was an extraordinary one. Chapter 316, Frozen Expression. Soon, after the elevator door closed smoothly, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness, and the elevator gradually went downwards. In just over 10 seconds when the elevator was running, the young man and several of his followers had a strange feeling, as if they were about to enter a brand new world, a world they had never heard of or seen before. Bang! When the elevator door opened, several people stood behind the man without blinking, looking forward to what they were about to see. There was a burst of bright lights before their eyes, as bright as day, as if they were not in the underground, and there was no longer the feeling of darkness in their subconscious. The man walked out first, and several people quickly followed. Then they could clearly see the scene outside the elevator. They all opened their mouths in disbelief, unable to believe that what they saw was real. Everything in here is like a laboratory in a sci-fi movie. The heavy alloy door and various facilities are full of technology and are all fully automated. If the technological content is placed in the entire world, it is also the most cutting edge. The surrounding walls and the ground beneath everyone's feet are all made of alloy material, giving people an unimaginable sense of heaviness, as if even the most destructive weapon would find it difficult to break through such defense. It was just such a place, with only an elevator entrance and an internal connecting corridor. When the mechanical control eye above the people's heads saw them, it flashed a green light, and small holes opened up on the walls around them like a honeycomb, releasing a burst of white gas. "What's this?" The young man and several of his followers who were concentrating on observing their surroundings were frightened by this and quickly covered their mouths and noses. "Don't worry, this is just disinfectant gas, it is odorless and harmless to the human body." The man walking in front turned his head to look at the panicked people, smiled calmly and explained, while he was greedily sniffing the gas in the air, as if he was still a little intoxicated. After hearing the man's words, they finally came to their senses from their panic, with some shame on their faces. They nodded quickly and continued to walk forward without saying a word. After walking a few steps, they arrived at the end of the connection port.
There was another automatic door made of alloy.
The man quickly passed the authentication of the identification chip, and the door opened. As the door opened, the followers who had just calmed down felt like their hearts almost jumped out of their chests.
They were completely shocked by the scene before them.
The space inside suddenly became clear, and it was actually a huge research institute. There were many high-tech instruments inside that they had never seen before. It was hard to believe that the large space with a depth of tens of meters really existed underground.
As they continued walking forward, they also saw many RD personnel wearing masks and protective clothing.
When they saw the man, they bowed respectfully and greeted him. Although their faces were tightly covered, it could be seen that their respect came from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, the RD personnel were either holding instruments to record the experimental materials in the glass cover, or several people were gathered in front of the screen to analyze the data.
Flag Master, you are here.
At this time, an old man with white hair saw the man and several followers coming, so he quickly put down the work in his hands and trotted over.
Professor, what's going on now?
The man nodded and asked calmly.
Master, everything went smoothly.
The simulated chip implantation was also successful.
We are now preparing to formally implant it into the human body.
The old professor smiled and nodded.
It can be seen that the experiment is going very smoothly. Okay, let's go now. I want to take a look too.
After hearing that the chip could be implanted, the man's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked the professor to start the implantation now.
Okay, Flag Master, please follow me.
The old professor nodded, then bent down to greet the man and walked towards the laboratory. The followers were a little confused when they saw this research institute, and they were even more confused by what the man and the old professor said just now.
What does this implanted chip mean?
They didn't know at all, and they had never heard the man talk about this matter. As they followed the man and the old professor inside, the young man and his followers became more and more shocked. This research institute was far beyond their understanding in terms of professionalism and depth. They simply couldn't figure out when the man started planning such a big project and how he carried it out so quietly. Although they basically stayed by the man's side doing his work, no one noticed. Finally, after passing through one automatic door after another, everyone finally arrived at the innermost laboratory, where many RD personnel were debugging a large equipment.
Flag Master.
Seeing the man coming, the RD staff also greeted him, but the man just waved his hand, signaling them to continue working.
Is it debugged?
The old professor raised his glasses and looked at one of the RD personnel.
Okay, Professor, you can implant it any time now. Okay, let's start now.
Yes. Seeing the flag owner follow in, these RD personnel actually knew that they might have to start the formal implantation.
After receiving the old professor's order, they did not hesitate and prepared to start the implantation immediately.
In front of a control console full of various colors is a sterile and dust-free space.
A man is lying on the instrument inside.
After the RD personnel wearing full protective gear installed the equipment and control belt for him, they quickly retreated.
Let us get started.
The old professor took a deep breath, seemed a little nervous, and pressed the white button on the console himself. After that, the person lying on the instrument was injected with anesthesia and fell into a deep sleep. The robotic arm continued to work in an orderly manner. The fully automatic scalpel cut open the man's flesh, but I don't know what kind of medicine was injected into the man in advance, and not much blood flowed out. Everyone was watching all this outside, and the old professor and the RD staff were watching intently. Although the previous simulated implantation had gone very smoothly, there was no guarantee that there would be no problems in this link. The man watched the operation of the robotic arm calmly, his expression still very calm and indifferent, as if he was not worried about the current implantation process at all. But the young man and several other calm people were completely shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Their hearts were pounding and the expressions on their faces froze.
Chapter 317 Conquered.
After that, the robotic arm implanted a small chip into the man's body, and then into the alloy spine. After completing all this, the iron spine suddenly and miraculously closed the cut muscles automatically, and its toughness and density exceeded the limits of human beings. After seeing this, the old professor and researchers breathed a sigh of relief. The human body data and mechanical operation were all normal, which could be said to be a perfect success. After a while, the man slowly opened his eyes, the control belt and other connections on his body were removed, he slowly sat up, and gently clenched his hands.
Bang!
But such a simple action directly caused an explosion in the air, and the tremendous sense of power was simply suffocating. Next, the man saw the flag owner outside, and hurriedly walked out respectfully and knelt on one knee in front of the man.
Flag master.
Well, let's get used to it first. The man smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the followers behind him.
You should now know why I want to divert Yi Xian's attention, right?
It won't be long before I let the whole world see our strength.
Boom.
The young man and several of his followers nodded woodenly. The shock they had just received was still hard for them to accept.
They finally understood why the man was so indifferent just now.
The power of the man who had just been implanted with the chip was so terrifying that it was visible to the naked eye. It was no exaggeration to say that he could easily crush their heads.
Congratulations to the flag owner. The followers were extremely shocked and quickly knelt down on one knee along with that person.
They were completely convinced by what they had seen and heard today. On this side, Yi Xian was also looking at the report about this operation, but his expression was not very good, and his brows gradually frowned. Longshore was also looking at Yi Xian happily at the side, clenched his fists and said excitedly,
Brother Yi, we have won a great victory this time. Those scoundrels will never dare to commit crimes again.
After hearing Long Ye's words, Yi Xian still couldn't be happy, and looked at Long Ye with a serious expression. You must immediately investigate the demon dragon flag and his men.
You must thoroughly investigate their whereabouts.
This time the bounty was 100% issued by them.
It cannot be anyone else.
But this made Longshore a little confused and he looked at Yi Xian in doubt.
But Brother Yi, even if it was the demon dragon flag's doing, isn't the plan ruined now? Humph. But can't you see?
Their purpose is definitely not the spirit-purifying potion. Yi Xian snorted coldly, his expression becoming even uglier.
Brother Yi, are you saying that this is possible?
Longshore was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of that point in his mind, and opened his mouth in surprise. By the way, this is most likely just a smoke bomb. Yi Xian nodded slightly, his face solemn. After all, he hadn't paid attention to this group of people for a while, so they were relatively calm. There was no movement even when this big event happened. But the calmer it is, the more likely it is that this group of people are brewing a storm, an unprecedented storm. Take this group of lunatics for example. Yi Xian is also very clear about it. There is nothing they dare not do. If they really did something secretly behind his back, if they failed, it would be fine. But if they succeeded, the consequences would be immeasurable.
I understand. Brother Yi, I'll go right away.
Longshore also reacted now and was shocked. After agreeing, he hurried out. I hope nothing serious happens. Yi Xian sighed as he looked out the window. In fact, he hoped that the people from the Demon Dragon banner were only interested in the spirit purification potion, but if it was anything else. There was a flash of cold light in his eyes, and Yi Xian emanated a terrifying murderous aura. If this group of people really wanted to do something extreme, he would not hesitate to send them off in person and let them say goodbye to this beautiful world. Just after Longshore went out, the little guys outside also saw Longshore's hurried look, and then they pouted their little lips and walked towards Yi Xian's room.
Dad, what on earth are you doing?
Just as the little ones pushed the door open, Yi Xian's murderous aura suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a doting smile on his face, and the temperature in the room instantly warmed up.
Dad, you seem to be very busy recently and haven't been able to spend enough time with us.
Yeah, didn't we agree that we came to the West to have fun?
Dad lied.
Dad, we're all so bored without you accompanying us.
The children are a little unhappy now.
After all, Yi Xian hasn't played well with them these days, and Long Ling has also gone out for something. However, they didn't know what was happening now, so of course they didn't quite understand Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian didn't show up in person, but many things still had to be controlled remotely, which was not as easy as imagined. Now some of them were complaining, and some were even rolling on the ground. They all wanted Yi Xian to spend some time with them. They were already bored just playing in this room all day.
Okay. Daddy was wrong these days. Can I take you out to play?
Yi Xian looked at the little ones helplessly and had to coax them, thinking that he could take them out for a play.
They really hadn't been anywhere in the past few days.
Yeah.
That's great. We can go out and play now. Daddy really still loves us the most.
So where are we going to play, Dad? The children were all excited when they heard this, and they all threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms like happy elves, blinking their little eyes at him, wondering where they were going to play this time.
Well, how about this? Daddy will take you to his winery, okay?
Yi Xian thought about it for a while and finally decided to take the children to the winery. It has been a long time since he last went there, and it would be time to taste the good wine that has been brewed over the years.
Okay. Let's go call Mom now.
The little ones were all very excited when they heard this. In fact, it didn't matter where they went, as long as Yi Xian was willing to accompany them to play, they would be very funny. Besides, they were also very curious about the winery as they had never been to such a place.
After jumping out, the little ones couldn't wait to tell Wang Xinyao the good news. After everyone made some preparations, they drove towards the winery. Although the winery was not near the manor, it was actually not far away. After driving for a while, they arrived at the door of the winery. Chapter 318 Relieved. After parking the car, the children could no longer contain their curiosity. They got out of the car and began to look around the winery in front of them. The winery is very large, not much smaller than Yi Xian's manor. As the breeze blows, everyone can smell a mixture of grape aroma and wine aroma, which is very intoxicating. Looking inside, everyone saw a row of conical buildings. The bricks and tiles were red and white, which was very pleasing to the eye under the sunlight. Although not as luxurious as the manor, the overall look and feel was also very good. As you walk further inside, you can also see the connected wine cellars and planted vineyards. In the very center, there is a 3-story Western-style building. It is very small and exquisite, and the overall lighting is located in the most prime location in the winery. There is also a garden below, with a courtyard and seats. This small building is where the winery entertains guests. The interior decoration is magnificent, and various fine wines are placed on the exquisite shelves, as well as many fine products brewed in the winery. Dad! Your winery is so beautiful. The little guys stared with their eyes wide open, jumping and dancing excitedly, pulling Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao inside. After walking around for a while, many workers in the winery noticed Su He and reported it to the supervisor. After the supervisor heard the workers report Yi Xian's appearance on the phone, he could no longer sit still. After hanging up the phone, he hurried out to greet him. Mr. Yi, when did you come to the West? Why didn't you tell us? We didn't even go to greet you. It's okay, I just brought my wife and kids here for a stroll, you just keep busy. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, looking lovingly at Wang Xinyao and the little ones beside him. Ah. This is your family, Mr. Yi. Please come in. The supervisor was somewhat surprised when he heard this, as he didn't know that Yi Xian was already married. He quickly invited everyone in. After entering, the little guys completely let themselves go and started running in the vast field. The field under the sunshine was also echoed with the children's laughter. Alas, these little guys have been bored at home lately. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao walked behind, looking at the happy faces of the children, and they also smiled. Yeah, we should take them out for a walk. Wang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Although she also felt that Yi Xian had some problems recently, as a wife she did not ask too many questions. She just supported him silently and took care of the little ones and cooked for him. Xinyao, you've worked hard these past few days. Yi Xian looked at Wang Xinyao beside him and gently held her in his arms. It's okay, I hope everything goes well for you. The two of them stayed like this for a while, then slowly followed the children. Arriving in this vast world, the little ones are like birds out of a cage, running and playing to their heart's content. After running for a while, the children came to the garden where rows of grapes were planted. Seeing the big, round grapes, they were tempted. They swallowed their saliva, picked a few and put them in their mouths. Ah, bah, bah. Are these grapes not ripe? They are so sweet. After chewing a few bites, the children's faces became distorted. They felt like their teeth were about to be corroded, so they quickly spat out all the grapes. Although grapes are said to be delicious only when they are sweet, this grape is inevitably too sweet, which makes people feel that the extreme is counterproductive, and the texture and taste are not satisfactory. Dad, the grapes here are so bad, are they expired? That's right. It's so sweet that it's sickening. Dad, are these grapes watered with sugar water? Yi Xian also came over at this time, and the children all came over with aggrieved looks on their faces, pointing at the grapes angrily, as if they were bullied by the grapes. Ha ha, you guys aren't going to eat it, are you? Yi Xian was also amused by the behavior of the little guys. He couldn't help laughing and then started to explain to them. These are grapes for making wine. They must not taste good. You have to know that the really good wines are made from grapes that are sweeter than the fresh grapes we eat in our daily lives, so they are made from special varieties. So that is how it is.
The children nodded, and they could still feel a sweetness in their mouths, but it was not the kind of sweetness that was easy to accept.
At this time, the supervisor also came over impatiently and kindly explained some professional knowledge to the children. Children, Mr. Yi is right. When we make wine, we use yeast to convert the sugar in wine into alcohol during the fermentation process.
If we use ordinary grapes, the wine we make won't taste that good.
Even the aroma and aftertaste will be much worse. It will be a truly inferior wine. Uncle, we got it. After listening to the supervisor's more professional explanation, although the children only understood a little, they still learned something. They murmured aggrievedly that they would never eat grapes used to make wine again. After that, the supervisor took everyone to visit other places and told the children about wine along the way. The little ones were also very interested in this and asked the supervisor many questions. Seeing the children like this, Wang Xinyao felt helpless. She wondered why they were interested in wine again. This was not in line with their personality. You little guys are still acting like adults. Do you understand what your uncle is saying? Mom, we are serious.
The children pouted when they heard this and became more serious.
They walked around the manor and asked more questions. Uncle, why is only wine so famous?
We have never heard of other peach wine and watermelon wine.
Uncle,
the grapes used to make this wine are so unpalatable. Why do so many people think this wine tastes so good?
And uncle, what is sobering up? Can wine fall asleep?
Seeing the curious eyes of the little ones, the supervisor did not dare to neglect them. Although the questions were somewhat off topic, he still patiently answered the questions of the little ones. After explaining for a while, the little ones temporarily stopped having problems, and the supervisor finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Chapter 319, It Works. By the way, are the original batches of wine ready now?
Yi Xian looked at the supervisor's expression and felt a little amused. He went up to him and asked about the batches of good wine he had brewed before he left.
It's already fine, Mr. Yi, let me take you to see it. The supervisor nodded, and then led everyone into the wine cellar.
The wine cellar was very large. As soon as everyone walked in, they saw large wooden barrels arranged separately, and bursts of rich wine aroma filled their noses. The wine barrels were divided into areas according to their year and craftsmanship, with order numbers and times marked on them. The little ones could not understand these, and the number was dizzying to them.
Xinyao, let's take some back with us. You can drink a little every day.
This wine is good for your body and can also improve your beauty as long as you drink it in moderation.
Good. Wang Xinyao smiled and nodded, smelling the aroma of the wine.
Although she didn't know much about wine, she always felt that the wine here gave people a very good feeling, a very mellow and refreshing feeling. But after hearing these words, the little guys next to them also became excited and looked at Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao eagerly, wanting to try it too.
Dad, can we try it then? We want to drink it too, it smells so good.
This must taste delicious, much better than the unbrewed grapes just now. Several little guys smelled the aroma of the wine and turned into greedy cats one by one. Their saliva was about to flow down.
Of course not, children can't drink alcohol.
Facing the little one's request, Wang Xinyao immediately shook her head. After all, this was wine and could not be given to the little ones casually.
Ah. Why?
When the children heard Yi Xian's words, they were somewhat disappointed, and they looked at Yi Xian pitifully without saying anything.
Your mother is right. You are still too young. Drinking is bad for your health.
Yi Xian also smiled and shook his head. Although this was just wine, the little guys were still too young and were not suitable for drinking these things.
But didn't Dad just say that drinking it would be good for Mom's health and beauty?
Yi Xia pouted in confusion, remembering what Yi Xian had just said.
Ah, you little guys are really smart.
Looking at the children's expressions, Yi Xian felt angry and amused, and then he explained patiently.
Let me tell you this. Although this is made from grapes, it does contain alcohol.
Drinking it may affect your intelligence and physical development.
Do you want to become little idiots in the future? Okay, Dad.
After hearing Yi Xian's explanation, the children had no choice but to nod. Yi Xia sighed with some regret, but began to talk to himself.
It seems like we are all smart enough. If we drink just a little bit, we won't become stupid, right?
Although the voice was very small, Yi Xian still heard it. He covered his mouth and laughed secretly, thinking that these little guys were really nice. To be honest, they are indeed very smart, as can be seen from the last time they learned Go Bang and Go.
Manager, do you have any packaged finished products? I'd like to pick some to take home and try.
After that, Xian did not forget to take some back, and looked at the supervisor beside him and asked, "Yes, Mr. Yi, please follow me." The supervisor nodded, and then let everyone out of the wine cellar and came to the small Western-style building next to it. Basically, they would choose to store all the high-quality wines here, so that when customers come, it will be more presentable. Xian followed them in and picked out some good wine. Seeing that it was almost time, he took Wang Xinyao and a few little ones away. "Mr. Yi, take care.
If you need anything else, you don't have to come in person. Just give me a call." The supervisor also escorted Xian and others to the car and respectfully opened the door for Xian. "Okay." Xian smiled and nodded. In addition to wanting to come and take a look today, he also wanted to consider the management of this supervisor. After seeing that everything was in order, he felt relieved. After returning home, the little ones were all complaining that they were hungry, so Xian went to prepare a meal. Before eating, he poured one of the bottles of red wine he brought into the decanter and let it sit for a while. "Xinyao, this is the batch I helped brew when I was still here. Try it and see how it tastes." Xian first poured a glass for Wang Xinyao, and then poured one for his own glass. "Dad, we really can't drink it all?"
Several little guys held chopsticks, but did not look at the food on the table. They all stared at the red wine in the glass.
"Okay, but you can only drink a little." "Hey, okay." After getting Xian's consent, the little ones became a little excited.
Xian smiled and poured a little for each of them, but he didn't dare to pour more. "This tastes weird, but it's delicious." The little guys of course didn't know how to drink the wine, they just drank it in one gulp like a beverage, and after smacking their lips, they thought it tasted quite good. However, after finishing the meal, the faces of several little ones began to turn red. It seemed that the alcohol was slowly taking effect. Although they drank less, they were too young now and of course could not resist it. At night, because they drank that little bit of wine, the little ones went to bed early, and they slept very soundly. They didn't even turn over as much as usual, breathing evenly, and licking their lips from time to time, as if they were still savoring the dream. Xian, who usually had a headache taking care of a few playful little guys while they sleep, saw this scene and nodded with a smile, thinking that this thing was quite useful.
Chapter 320, Building a Nest.
The next day, under the influence of alcohol, the little ones slept a little longer than usual. When they woke up with squinting eyes, Xian also brought the little black cat that was specially transported as a pet into the house.
"Are you awake? Do you want to see what time it is?"
While Xian opened the cage for the little black cat, he looked at the little guys and smiled.
They were like this after drinking just a little bit of red wine. If they drank more, they would have to sleep until noon. "Dad, you can't blame us for this. You never told me that red wine can hypnotize people."
Yixia stuck out her tongue, then saw Xian fiddling with the box, and came over curiously.
"What is this, Dad? You must know."
Xian smiled and opened the lid of the special cage. A little guy's head popped out and a voice familiar to several little girls was heard.
"Meow. Ah. Little black cat."
When the little girls heard the cry, they all reacted instantly and hurried over.
They happily poked their heads out of the little black cat and rubbed its head affectionately. "Dad, you are so nice. You even brought the little black cat with you. Hey, long time no see, little black cat, do you still recognize us? Have you had breakfast, kitty? Did you eat well on the way? Meow."
Seeing the glowing eyes of the little ones, the little black cat came up to them very kindly, got close to the children, circled around them several times, and rubbed them gently.
"Okay, now Daddy will bring the little black cat to you, and you can have another playmate."
Xian smiled, and the children were also very happy. They started taking the little black cat around to play in this huge house. From time to time, Xian and Wang Xinyao, who were sitting downstairs drinking tea, could hear the clattering sounds of footsteps and the cheerful laughter of children coming from all over the house. After playing for a while, the children brought the little black cat to the living room. Some of them were tired, so they sat on the sofa with the little black cat in their arms to take a rest. They were sweating profusely and had a lot of fun.
"Oh, by the way, Dad, shouldn't we make a little nest for the little black cat? We can't let it sleep in that little cage here. That's too depressing."
While holding the little black cat, Yijing happened to notice the small cage that was used to check the little black cat in, and felt that there was something wrong with it. The other little guys nodded when they heard it, and they all felt that Yijing was right. They clamored to build a warm and comfortable nest for the little black cat later. Then let's take a break first, and then we'll build the most comfortable nest for the little black cat. It has to look good.
If this nest doesn't look good, the little black cat might not like it. And keep warm, otherwise the little black cat might catch a cold and won't be able to play with us.
Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo looked at the children's sudden enthusiasm and nodded in agreement with a smile.
Okay, then Dad and Mom will help you together, okay? Yeah. Mom and Dad are the best.
The children giggled when they heard this, and put their little faces next to the little black cat, smilingly sharing the good news with it.
She even asked the little black cat in a baby voice if it had any requirements for its own nest. Kitten, kitty. What kind of bed do you like? One that looks pretty? Or one that is comfortable? Meow.
The little black cat just stretched lazily, called out to the little ones, and gestured with its little paws, but the children didn't understand what it meant. After resting for a while, the children had some bread and milk as a simple breakfast, and then followed Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo to the utility room and began to look for tools to build a nest for the little black cat.
How about this? Dad, do you think the little black cat will be very comfortable in here?
Yi Zi found a large cardboard box in the utility room and excitedly took it to Yi Xian, thinking that this was a good idea.
Xiaozi, this is not as good as the cage that the little black cat used before. Let's find another one.
Yi Jing also came over when she heard this, and before Yi Xian could say anything, she pouted and shook her head, thinking that if this was used to build a nest for the little black cat would definitely not like it.
Well, Xiaozi, your sister Jingjing is right, let's go find something else.
Yi Xian rubbed Yi Zi's head to comfort him. There was plenty of time now, so there was no need to use such simple materials to build a nest for the little black cat.
Okay. I got it.
At this time, Yi Zi had no choice but to nod angrily and put the paper box back to its original place. Afterwards, the little guys searched the storage room for a while, but they didn't find anything else. They only found an unused bamboo basket. This basket is the right size, the material is relatively hard, and the depth is up to standard. Even if something is laid underneath, the little black cat can still lie comfortably in it.
Let's use this. Wang Xinyo waved the vegetable basket in front of the children.
This was a perfect material.
Good.
The children were now holding all kinds of things in their hands. Yi Jing was holding half a tile, Yi Xia was holding an old mop, and Yi Yin was even holding a water pipe that was about 1 meter long. Seeing these things, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little bit amused.
What on earth were these things? How could they be used to build a nest for the little black cat? No, what are the uses of these things in your hands?
Sighing, Yi Xian squatted down helplessly and asked the little guys.
Dad, this is useful.
However, after Yi Xian said this, the little guys were not convinced and began to stubbornly describe the functions of the things in their hands.
Dad, the tiles in my hand can just be used to lay the foundation for the little black cat's house. And me, it must be very soft for the little black cat to sleep on this old mop. This water pipe can be made into a chimney? Just like Daddy's house. Meow.
Seeing the serious looks of the little guys, Yi Xian was a little speechless. The little black cat next to him tilted its head in confusion and called out in a puzzled voice, as if it didn't know how these things could make a nest for itself.
Okay. There's nothing we need here, let's get out.
After finding the vegetable basket, Wang Xinyo dug out a few small blankets and a somewhat tattered fur carpet, and led the little ones out. Although the little guys still insisted on walking outside with the materials in their hands, they finally realized that these were useless things after Yi Xian's patient explanation and had to put them back. Afterwards, Yi Xian, Wang Xinyo and the children found a slightly empty corner in the room. There weren't many other things around, so they prepared to build a nest for the little black cat.
Mom, what should we do?
The children looked at the prepared materials on the ground and rolled up their sleeves excitedly. Although they were full of urgency, they felt a little at a loss as to where to start for a moment.
How about this, I'll leave it to you guys today, and Dad and Mom will be there to guide you, okay?